So friends, I know that there are folks who are still getting their lunch, but if we're going to be able to get through this work, we do need to begin. So I'm going to turn to Matthew Tyhurst, who is part of the committee, to begin sharing with us the Omnibus motion. So Matthew.
Thank you. So as you all enjoy your meals, I will be reading into the record the Omnibus way forward proposals. As this is structured, you will be voting on 2 Omnibus proposals when we reconvene in our decision-making session. One of the Omnibus bills is to move forward, so to take action, and then another Omnibus bill is to not take any action. So I will be starting with the first Omnibus, which is to move to implementation or to take action. And that one, the first way forward report that it incorporates is Way Forward 14, and that is based off of ARW01, Rejecting Christian Nationalism. A little more than half of the groups discussed this proposal, but those groups who discussed supported the proposal. Some groups asked for creating resources, and one group asked TICF to be assigned to create resources for church to engage. One other group noted that we do this in a position of humility rather than that of self-righteousness. Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that in response to ARW01, Rejecting Christian Nationalism, the 45th General Council 2025 adopt a statement explicitly proclaiming that the United Church rejects the values of Christian nationalism and that we call on the Church, its people, and local faith communities to examine their calling to support and encourage Canada and its leaders while simultaneously calling into account for policies and understandings which are contrary to the gospel values of grace, mercy, and racial inclusion given to us by Christ, and encourage local faith communities to examine ways they can better understand the dangers of Christian nationalism and, through discussion, book studies, prayer and discernment, and the like, foster a healthier understanding of what it means to be a people of God called to uplift the divine image in ourselves, our neighbors, and our world. And a new clause that is added, direct the Theology and Interchurch Interfaith Committee, also known as TICF, consider creating or providing resources that may assist the whole church to engage Christian nationalism in self-critical and prophetic ways. So that was for ARW01, or Way Forward 14. Now moving on, which is still included in the Omnibus, is Way Forward 19, which is based off of SW04, Harm Reduction Sunday. There was general support for this proposal. The concerns, mainly around the naming of a specific Sunday for the activity in a period of the year when church calendars already have many designated dates. One day of the year to highlight harm reduction is not enough. About funding and implementation. Suggestions: clergy need to be trained in harm reduction. The definition of social harms could be expanded to include other social harms while also not normalizing substance use. And there is a need to create or point persons in the direction of existing resources to support action at the community of faith level. Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that in response to SW04, Harm Reduction Sunday, that the 45th General Council 2025 direct the General Secretary to encourage congregations to designate a Sunday closest to International Overdose Awareness Day, this is August 31st, as Harm Reduction Sunday in the United Church of Canada, recognizing that some congregations may choose to mark Harm Reduction Sunday at a different time. 2, provide churches with worship resources to assist in leading worship services that are informed, destigmatizing, and sensitive to the experiences of those who utilize illicit substances. 3, write a letter to the Prime Minister of Canada and the Minister of Health and Addictions supporting harm reduction practices and the Good Samaritan Act and its potential to be expanded to ensure that anyone experiencing a toxic drug overdose will be supported by emergency services. 4, intentionally work with lay and ministry personnel across the country to build training opportunities and education for communities of faith regarding harm reduction, substance use, and advocacy with people who utilize illicit substances. This concludes the way forward 19 for SW04. Next is Way Forward 33, GC04, Funding Strategic Growth Initiatives. Most groups supported this proposal, naming the priority of pursuing growth in a variety of expressions, including creating new ministries and renewing and strengthening existing communities of faith. Some groups were curious about how to ensure that this work does not only occur in some parts of the country, but is present in all regional councils. Other groups named the importance of ongoing reporting. This reporting already occurs in the annual strategic plan reporting and in the General Secretary's reporting to the General Council Executive. As in other proposals about allocating resources, participants name the continuing value of global partnership in our mission and service giving. Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that in response to GCE04 funding strategic growth initiatives, the 45th General Council 2025 A authorize 10% of mission and service givings over the course of the 2025-2028 triennium as follows: 5% in 2026, 7.5% in 2027, and 10% by 2028. Be earmarked for new, renewing, and emergency ministries, and B, direct the General Secretary to develop and communicate the criteria and process for how the funds will be expended, and C, direct the General Secretary that implementation should include initiatives from all 3 streams of the growth initiative: renew, create, invite, consider setting proportional targets for diverse intercultural ministry expressions, consider accessibility and engagement by rural, remote, and other communities, prioritize first, third ministry, an additional clause that has now been added, consider equity across regional councils, and lastly, D, invite regional councils to identify resources within their bounds, example, revenues from property, sales of bequests, which they can use to contribute to regional initiatives. This concludes Way Forward 33 GCE 04. Next, Way Forward 34 PM 01 Emerging Communities of Faith. The majority of discussion groups discussed this proposal. There was general agreement for the intent of the proposal. There were some suggestions for clarity of language and concerns about regional council capacity to support emerging communities. Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that, in response to PM01, Emerging Communities of Faith, the 45th General Council 2025 refer PM01, Emerging Communities of Faith, and discussion notes to the General Secretary to propose revisions to relevant sections of the manual in consultation with regional councils to reflect clarity of language. This concludes Way Forward 34 PM01. Lastly, for the first Omnibus proposal, Way Forward 37, Y-1 National Youth Council. One group did not discuss this proposal. More than half supported the proposal. There was strong affirmations of the importance of youth in the life and governance of the church, including cultivating their leadership to shape the future directions of the church. Some groups spoke to ensure the Indigenous youth participation and diversity of the representation in a potential National Youth Council. More than half who supported the proposal did have concerns. Two of the main concerns were related to funding and honoraria. Given the financial realities of the church, there were significant questions about how the proposed full-time staff position of the General Counsel office would be funded. There were questions about how this proposal fit with the strategic direction and towards 2035 and the growth initiative. Secondly, the payment of honoraria for the proposed National Youth Council members was considered problematic, and some discussion groups wondered if it was legal. Additionally, there was another question regarding the equity representation and the representation from the regional councils. A few noted that not every regional council has a youth staff or committee. This may privilege some regional councils who have stronger youth structures. Regarding the establishment of the proposed National Youth Council, some had questions about the work of the council, wondering if it would only focus on youth-related matters, which would appear to limit their contributions concerning all matters of the church. Some expressed a concern that this proposal would separate youth from the General Council. A few groups wondered if having a set number of youth commissioners would be possible, and if it were, they were unsure if it would require a remit. Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that, in response to YCOM 01 National Youth Council, the 45th General Council 2025 direct the General Secretary to form a task group to consider this proposal along with the discussion notes to address the concerns around funding, governance, and strategic direction, and bring a recommendation to the next meeting of the 45th General Council in 2026. This concludes Way Forward 37, YCOM 01 National Youth Council, and this also concludes the Omnibus to move towards implementation. We're halfway done. Now, to talk about the second Omnibus, this one is relating to taking no further action with all of the proposals in the Way Forward reports included. So starting with Way Forward 03, HF 04, Vocational Review and Discipline Accountability Policy. All but one discussion group were opposed to this proposal. Discussion groups noted that this proposal appears to respond to a specific incident, but do not reflect a systematic challenge in the processes of the Office of Vocation. The Board of Vocation is already accountable to the General Council Executive. Staff of the Office of Vocation are accountable through already existing General Council human resources processes. Discussion groups note that there is already a review underway of the Office of Vocation and its functioning through the Structural Change Review Steering Group. Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that, in response to HF 04, Vocational Review and Discipline Accountability Policy, the 45th General Council 2025 take no further action on HF 04, Vocational Review and Discipline Accountability Policy for summer 2025. This concludes Way Forward 03, HF 04. Next is Way Forward 28, COM 02, Faith Workers' Bill of Rights. Nearly all groups who discussed COM 02 were strongly opposed. A small number of groups saw value in protections and care for ministry personnel and other employees while still having concerns with the proposal as written. Many discussion groups expressed concern that the proposal would shift the Church's theological understanding of ministry, making the conventual relationship between ministry personnel and congregations into a form of secular employment. Additionally, some discussion groups expressed concern for the term faith worker. Further, the Faith Workers' Bill of Rights largely duplicates the Church's existing policies found in ethical standards, in the Creating Safe and Respectful Environments policy, and in an already existing access to counseling and mental health support available through the Church's benefits plan. Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that in response to COM 02, Faith Workers' Bill of Rights, the 45th General Council 2025 take no further action on COM 02, Faith Workers' Bill of Rights for summer 2025. This concludes Way Forward 28, COM 02. Next is Way Forward 29, COM 03, Autonomy of Communities of Faith and Their Assets. Roughly, half of groups discussed this. Every group that discussed this proposal was opposed to it. Groups named concerns about the process by which this proposal came to the General Council because Horseshoe Falls Regional Council had originally chosen not to forward this proposal to the General Council. Groups also named concerns about the substance of the proposal, not supporting the idea of further congregation. I've been talking for too long. Making it simpler for congregations to abandon the United Church, and allowing congregations to take United Church assets out of the denomination. Groups also named concerns that this could prevent the commitment to reconciliation through the repatriation of asset sales to the Indigenous Church. Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that in response to COM 03, Autonomy of Communities of Faith and Their Assets, the 45th General Council 2025 take no further action on COM 03, Autonomy of Communities of Faith and Their Assets. This concludes Way Forward 29, COM 03. Next up is Way Forward 30, EOO02. All but two groups discussed this proposal. Every group that discussed this proposal were opposed. Groups identified that we already have statements that address the importance of the gospel. Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that in response to EOO02 gospel, the 45th General Council 2025 take no further action on EOO02. This concludes Way Forward 30. Next up is Way Forward 31, HF03, Remit and Proposal Integrity Policy. All but one of the discussion groups were opposed to this proposal, and one group did not discuss this proposal. Most discussion groups expressed concerns, including tying up our process with the use of multiple remits, lack of room for discernment, cost, and lack of engagement from local communities of faith. Some discussion groups expressed the value of honoring our corporate history, but not letting that hold us back or limit the church's ability to have flexibility to change, progress, and evolve. Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that, in response to HF03 remit and proposal integrity policy, the 45th General Council 2025 take no further action on HF03 remit and proposal integrity policy. This concludes Way Forward 31 HF03. Next up is HF39 E0001, accessibility of church decision-making for summer 2025. All but 3 groups discussed this proposal. Of the groups who did not respond, or who did respond, they all recommend taking no action on this proposal. Groups recognized that in camera and behind closed doors are not the same. There are existing guidelines for going in and out of in-camera discussions that are in practice. Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that E0001, accessibility of church decision-making, the 45th General Council 2025 take no further action. This concludes the second Omnibus proposal to take no further action, and this concludes the Way Forward team's presentation of our Way Forward proposals in response to both the Omnibus to move towards implementation and the Omnibus to take no further action.
Thank you very much, Matthew. The first thing I'd like to do is to announce that the new assessment Way Forward is available in Chime, and I would invite you, when you have a moment, to take a look at that. Kenji, I'd just like to check with you. Are you going to speak to process, or would you like me to? So, okay, great. So my understanding of the process at this point is that if any commissioner feels that one of the proposals that is in the omnibus or either of the omnibus needs to be removed, that commissioner can let the court know. The commissioner would have 1 minute to speak to why they believe it needs to be removed from the omnibus, and then the court would, or the council would then vote on whether or not they agree that it will be removed. So if there is anything that you feel needs to be removed, please let us know so that we can begin that process. I would remind you that anything that is removed from the omnibus, the business table will then need to figure out how we would be able to deal with that in our agenda. I recognize Thea Sheridan-Jonah. Thea? And I believe Thea's at microphone 1.
Can I get a 1-minute timer up?
Okay, yeah.
If I can see it, I'll try to be quick. So my name is Thea Sheridan-Jonah. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a commissioner. I've been a leader in the church for a long time, and we've made a lot of strides at this general council. But I've also been talking to and emailing back and forth with youth all day who are trying to get their voices heard and who are not going to be able to speak to this proposal because it's in an omnibus bill. We understand the way forward and putting this into the omnibus bill because there is support from the court, but the youth are not happy with this way forward proposal because there is no commitment to us or to its implementation. We have been debating self-silencing ourselves all day because we are needing to decide between a proposal we are unhappy with and the risk of not having this proposal dealt with today. I'm making a motion to remove the YCOM proposal from this omnibus bill, and I will request that we prioritize and ensure that we get to this bill by the end of the business of the court today. The youth who are at this meeting deserve to speak to it and address it.
Thank you. I'm afraid you're over the minute, but to let you know that I have heard your request that the motion, you've made a motion, and can you please give me the name of the proposal to be removed?
Way Forward 37, YCOM 01.
Thank you.
And Nia Batania has agreed to second it.
Thank you very much. It has been moved, and my understanding is we actually only need one person to do that.
Okay.
But that's great. I'm glad you got back. And so the court has heard what has been shared here. I believe we now move to the vote. And so I would ask, please, that Chime open that vote for us. Sorry. Thanks. And it looks like we have approximately 50 seconds to vote on that at this point. So friends, the voting has been closed, and the request to remove that proposal from the omnibus has passed. Okay, and can I ask for the point of order? Ross Bartlett. Microphone 1.
Moderator Ross Bartlett, Commissioner from Bermuda, Nova Scotia. I'd like to push a little bit on the idea that we need to vote to remove something from an omnibus motion. My understanding of our practice is that that simply needs to be requested. This is the first time I've ever encountered it having to be voted on, and so I'd like to be educated.
So, Ross, thank you. I'd ask you to turn to our procedural motion GS01. GS01 actually laid out how we would remove items from Omnibus, and it included a vote. So the council agreed to that at the beginning of the General Council. Did I announce that was removed? You did. Okay, thank you. I recognize Kimberly Roy. And Kimberly is at microphone 3.
Kimberly Roy, Commissioner for the Indigenous Church. I would ask that we remove GC45, WF33, GCE04, funding strategic growth. I would like to add, in addition to what is there, that we prioritize Indigenous ministries.
So, Kimberly, you're asking it to be removed. You have 1 minute to explain why, or did you just explain why?
I just explained why.
Okay, great. So, There is a request to remove GC45, WF33, GCE04 funding strategic growth initiatives from the Omnibus. It has been appropriately requested. Could we please post a vote on whether or not to remove that from the Omnibus? Okay. So you have a minute and a half, please. You can vote now. The voting is closed and that request carries. If you would give me a moment to talk with the moderator and the general secretary so we can hand things over, that would be appreciated.
All right, friends, thank you to former moderator Richard Bott. I will now resume the chair, as will the General Secretary. I see a request to remove a proposal from Alison McEwen. So if we can have Alison McEwen, you have 60 seconds to give your rationale for the removal of a proposal. And Alison's joining from online. So I think because of I see us trying to get Alison up on the screen. Here we go, thank you. Alison, you have the floor for 60 seconds.
I would like, thanks. I would like to request that the Faith Worker Bill of Rights be lifted from the omnibus proposal, and my rationale is that it hasn't been discussed by all of the discussion groups or table groups. Thanks.
Sorry, can you just quickly say again which proposal you're wanting removed? It didn't come through very clearly.
Sorry, I have low bandwidth.
Maybe you could just turn your video.
The Faith Workers Bill of Rights.
Okay. So the request is to remove the Faith Workers Bill of Rights, and your rationale is, can you just say it again really quickly? We have a second.
Is that it hasn't been discussed by all of the table groups or discussion groups. I know it's been discussed by some, but it certainly has not been discussed by most or many.
Okay, so the rationale is that perhaps maybe not all discussion groups got to the discussion of this proposal. So it's requested by Alison McEwen to remove the Faith Workers Bill of Rights. You have 90 seconds to vote on the request. Oh, sorry, 60 seconds. 90 seconds, I was right the first time. So can we, okay. Can we have the vote up? Sorry, we've got the timer up, but the vote wasn't functioning. So we're going to reset the timer once the vote has been launched. Okay. So the tech team is where they're adjusting the timer. And it's up. And the vote is up. Thank you. All right, friends, the vote is now closed and the motion is defeated by a very strong majority. I would like to recognize Erica Liang, who's an online participant. So Erica, if you could, we'll wait until we get you up on the screen, and then you have 60 seconds. Well, you can say which proposal you would like to remove from the omnibus motion, and then you have 60 seconds to defend your request. So tech team, if we could get Erica Liang from online, who's requested to speak. All right, while we're waiting for Erica to join us online as a speaker, I'm going to recognize a request for point of personal privilege by Elliot Chambers. So Elliot, could you please make your way to a microphone? So Elliot will be at microphone 1.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Elliot Chambers. I am a commissioner from Bermuda, Nova Scotia region. I'm here to share that my ability to fully participate in the life and work of General Council 45 has been diminished, limited, and labeled irrelevant. I have experienced clear and persistent barriers to my full participation, and I would like it to stop. Many young people at this meeting have been continuously undervalued and dismissed. Our opinions and questions are seen as silly or unimportant just because of our age. When we ask questions about United Church policy and history, it is not because we are dumb, it is because we are young. Just because we do not remember where we were when Kennedy was shot or life before 9/11 and have not been reading the news for decades does not mean that we do not have something to share. We do have something to offer. Those of us born in this century have an important voice and deserve to be heard and respected. We do not represent the future of the United Church. In fact, there will be no United Church in 2035 if young people like us, with active faith lives and deep love for the church, come away from one more General Council feeling dismissed and unseen. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. Tech team, how are we doing with Patchy and Erica? All right. I will keep Erica on the speakers list and go to Francis Fluke. If you could make your way to a microphone or be presented online.
Yes, hello. I'm Frances Fluke from
Sorry, just microphone 3. Okay, there we go. And also, before you start speaking, can I just see if the equity team or somebody can get Erica some support to make sure that we recognize her request? Sorry, thank you, Frances. Microphone 3.
Frances Fluke from Prairie to Pine region. I'm asking that GC45 WF39E 0001, the accessibility of church decision-making be removed from the Omnibus to not go forward. My reasoning is not about the in-camera portion. I recognize the General Council executive makes those decisions around what needs to be in camera, but it's the matter of the closed meetings, and that needs to be, I hope, can be discussed around the decision to close the meetings to media. As the world becomes less transparent, I think that if we're trying to call others to greater accountability and transparency, we should be modeling that in our own meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Frances. So it's been requested by Frances Fluke to remove the accessibility of church decision-making, so GC45 WF39. So we have heard her rationale, and we will now have a 90-second vote on whether or not to remove it from the omnibus motion. So you have 90 seconds to vote. Friends, just a clarification while the vote is finishing. On Chime, there is an error. It says that this is a vote on the Omnibus implementation, but in fact, it is a vote on the Omnibus take no action, just to be clear. I think we know which we've been clear about which things we're trying to remove, but just there's an error in Chime. Tech Table, we can hear you on a live mic. So it's clear on the screen, but it's not clear. It wasn't clear in Chime. All right, that vote is closed, and the motion was not carried, so the proposal stays in the omnibus motion. All right, Erica Liang.
Hello, moderator. Hello, General Secretary. Good afternoon, all. I'm Erica Liang from Commissioner from the Nahonaga Council. Sorry for the meow from the background. That's Winkin the cat. Winkin, sorry about that. Who doesn't know that I'm in such an important event? Sorry, I was a bit delayed because of the technical, the technology issues. So, am I arriving too late for the proposal for requesting the withdrawal of one proposal from the Omnibus?
Which proposal?
The remit.
Which proposal are you requesting for withdraw?
I was requesting to withdraw the proposal of the remit. That was I think that was COM03. Because of the
Okay, so the request is to withdraw Commissioner 03, Autonomy of Communities of Faith and their assets. Is that correct, Erica? Sorry, Erica, what I heard you say is you want to withdraw GC45, Way Forward 29, Commissioner 03, Autonomy of Communities of Faith and their assets. Is that correct?
Sorry, I think she might be talking about HF03.
HF03. Oh, okay, the remit and proposal integrity policy?
We can ask her, but that's my...
Oh, Erica, are you there?
sorry, yes, I managed to come back. Sorry about that.
Okay, are you can you give the full name of the proposal you would like removed?
It's the remit of the integrity. Because I'm so sorry, when I tried to refer back to the proposal on Chime,
It drops you out of the...
Yeah.
Okay, super. So the request is to withdraw GC45, WF31, HF03, remit and proposal integrity policy.
Indeed.
Okay, so you have 60 seconds to explain your rationale for why you would like it withdrawn from the omnibus motion.
My rationale is that this proposal has been discussed, and it worked out for the investigation and for the discussion. And in fact, in the we had earlier online, most of us acted consensus of the group that this proposal should be remained in discussion in the way forward, instead of staying in the office and not taking any action.
Okay, thanks. Your connection is very spotty, so I'm going to repeat what what I think I heard for everybody, which is that you feel that the proposal has been under-discussed and needs to continue to have debate from the floor because you feel that the Way Forward Committee did not have all of the information. Is that correct?
It has been a consensus of the discussion group online that this proposal is worthy of rediscussion.
So the discussion of proposals happens in discussion groups, right? We have under our business process. And so if the Way Forward Committee indicates that the majority of the discussion groups submitted enough discussion that they feel that they had a way forward, we're under our under our procedures that we proposed in the beginning of General Council, we established the process for the discussion of the proposals to happen in the discussion group. And you've defended your reason for wanting to have it removed. And so can I just get a show of hands that people are clear on her rationale? Because I was just trying to get clear for communication's sake. Okay, it appears that most people in the room understand your request, so we'll now move to a vote.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Erica. Thank you. All right, friends, the vote is closed, and the motion to remove the proposal was defeated by a very strong majority. Sorry, I came in partway through a process, so the General Secretary and I are just getting clear on what we do now, because I see no more requests to remove proposals. So give me 1 second. All right, friends, since the two chairs of planning and business and the General Secretary and I were all out of the room when we moved, we skipped the order of the Way Forward proposals and moved into discussing the Omnibus. We were going to deal with finishing the Omnibus proposals first and then go back to the order that's listed in Chime. So the next order of business is to consider Omnibus move to implementation. And we have had motions approved or requests approved to remove Way Forward 33, GC45 funding strategic growth initiatives, and Way Forward 37, Youth Commissioner 01 National Youth Council. So those are removed from the Omnibus proposal. Can I have a mover and a seconder to consider the remaining Omnibus proposal for move to implementation? So it's moved by Lauren Palmer and seconded by Hilary Van Spronsen. All right, anybody wishing to speak to the omnibus proposal before us? If you request to speak, if you would like to speak to the proposal, no, actually we don't do that with omnibus proposals, correct? We don't debate it.
For an omnibus, you vote on it as a block, yes or no.
Okay, so we don't discuss the omnibus because we just did that, correct? Okay, sorry. So it's been moved and seconded, and we will now vote on the omnibus proposal. So we have 90 seconds to vote on omnibus implementation. All right, friends, the vote is closed and it is carried by an overwhelming majority. We will now move to the next omnibus proposal, and also like 98% of people are voting in the first 30 seconds now, so I'm going to shorten the voting time to 60 seconds from this point onwards. We have got the hang of this. So we are going to move to omnibus proposal Take No Further Action, GS11, which has had, which one's removed? Which is as stands. No, there were no amendments that passed to remove proposals from this omnibus. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? So it's moved by Brent Kaslik and seconded by Stephen Loudon. All right, so we have already discussed what's in the omnibus, so we will now move to what?
Kaslik, Brent's last name.
Kaslik?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Caslick. Did I get that right?
Yes. Okay, so moved by Brent Kaslik, seconded by Stephen Loudon. We will now move to a vote. You have 60 seconds.
At least you get some steps.
All right, friends, the voting is closed and the motion is passed by an overwhelming majority. We're going to take a 5-second stand up, stretch your body break. You are all super troopers. That was 5 seconds. Okay, friends, I said 5-second stretch break, but I'm actually going to give you a 5-minute bio break because I saw a number of commissioners sprint for the doors. So if we can put a 5-minute timer up. People are human. We're human. Are you trying to get my attention, Eric? Yes. Okay, I can hear you. I can hear you on the monitors up here. Okay. Is that what you're trying to test, so that if you're trying to communicate directly with me? Okay. Super. Thank you. All right, noted. So no telling you my deepest, darkest secrets from the stage. But now since we have that conversation,
Yes, okay. Good for you. That's 7 years. No.
all right, friends, 1 minute warning. That was only a 5-minute break, so 1 minute warning. Also, if you want to spend the last 40 seconds of your break, there's a dance party happening over at the equity table. You could join them from wherever you are. All right, friends, we are going to return to business. All right, I'll turn the meeting back over to Kenji Marui.
Hello, General Counsel, how are you feeling? I am fine. I know we presented a plan for a bit of work, and we'll have to come up with another plan for the bit of work, but that's my job as chair of business and as the business committee. We're here to help you figure out how to do the business in the way that you want. So I'm good, and I'm still confident that we can get through the things that we need to do and some of the things that we would like to do. We are, the Way Forward Committee has gone away to do some of the work we asked them to, and thank you, Way Forward Committee. I love you, Way Forward Committee, has come back to us with Way Forward 24B. You'll find that in the Chime app at the very bottom of the alphabetical listing of the Way Forward proposals, because we couldn't really fit it into the proposal playlist. So on the bottom of page 2 of the Way Forward proposals section of Chime, you will find Way Forward 24B. And so I will invite our Way Forward members to present this amended suggestion.
Thank you, Kenji. Welcome to Hiran and to Deborah.
It's a little short. So Way Forward 24B is a proposal that we have before you that has taken into account what we heard on the floor and then some other information that we had as part of our deliberations between lunchtime and since we met last time. So what I'm going to read to you now is a little bit of our deliberation in coming up with this revision, because it's not in the preamble that you have. The Way Forward team considered the proposed amendments offered and the feedback from speakers. Some spoke of a desire for a faster implementation. To inform congregations of a change in assessment, the earliest implementation is 2028, subject to an approval at the General Council meeting in 2026. An implementation of a change in allocation of assessment revenue to regional councils can take place as early as 2027. While only 1/3 of discussion groups raised a desire to explore equity in assessments and allocations, speakers on the floor generally articulated a desire for equity in assessment and allocations.
Deborah, can I interrupt really quickly? You're going to have to start that part over because we don't have the translation on the sides.
Okay.
And that's really important. So.
Okay, I can do that again.
Okay, thank you. If you could read, especially since none of us have that part printed.
Yes,
thank you.
That's fine. So what I'm going to be reading for you is the discussion that the Way Forward Committee had between when we were here just before lunch and just now. that informs the amended recommendations that are coming in before you. You do not have those additional notes on Chime, so I am going to just speak to them now. The Way Forward team considered the proposed amendments offered and the feedback from speakers. Some spoke of a desire for a faster implementation. To inform congregations of a change in assessment, the earliest implementation is 2028, subject to an approval at the General Council meeting in 2026. An implementation of a change in allocation of assessment revenue to regional councils can take place as early as 2027. While only 1/3 of discussion groups raised a desire to explore equity in assessments and allocations, speakers on the floor generally articulated a desire for equity in assessment and allocations.
Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that the 45th General Council 2025 adopts the following key rates and principles. A, the assessment rate be increased by 0.5% annually over the next triennial budget cycle, starting from the current rate of 4.5% as follows. And those amendment is in red. 1, 5% of adjusted revenues in 2026. 2, 5.5% of adjusted revenues in 2027. B, the investment-related portion of assessment be adjusted as follows. 1, 0.25% of investment assets in 2026. 2, 0.30% of invested assets in 2027. The investment-related portion of assessment would be calculated based on invested assets as reported in annual statistics and CRA filings. This rate cannot be changed without the express authorization of the General Council. The first $100,000 of reported investments would be excluded from the calculation to provide for smaller pastoral charges that might still be invested in GICs. C, reaffirm the equal sharing of the Regional Council allocation of assessment revenues, brackets, 1/16 per Regional Council for 2026. So all red is in amendment. A, direct the General Secretary to bring a proposal on an equitable allocation of assessment revenue to regional councils to the General Council Executive in 2026 for allocation of assessment revenues in 2027. In preparing this proposal, the General Secretary shall consult with regional councils. D, for church closures and amalgamations, assessment amounts continue to be calculated and payable for full calendar years based on when a pastoral charge requests revocation of charitable status or when a newly amalgamated entity has approved a first budget. E, and further that, the 45th General Council authorize the General Council Executive to make such administrative adjustments to the new funding model from time to time as a General Council executive considers necessary for greater clarity and efficiency in implementation, provided that any such adjustments are in keeping with the principles approved by the United Church in remit number 4, enacted by the 43rd General Council, 2018. So the struck part is amended the following. Direct the General Secretary to discern a formula to assess communities of faith guided by our commitment to equity, anti-oppression, and reconciliation that accounts for accumulated wealth, revenues, and other factors, including but not limited to the possibility of a progressive tiered assessment rate, and to bring a recommendation to the 2026 meeting of the General Council for implementation in 2028. G, the part that is struck out with this amendment. General Secretary to establish, direct General Secretary to establish a task group to study the current inequities in resource distribution and discern an equitable model of resource distribution across the denomination, including but not limited to property sales, accumulated assets, use of extension, councils, and bequest.
Thank you to the Way Forward Committee for your quick work in incorporating the robust discussion that happened this morning. I need a mover and a seconder. I see it's moved by Bob Fillier and seconded by Aurora Espinant. Is there anybody who is requesting to speak to the proposal before the proposal before us? If you could use the request to speak function, and then I'll recognize you. So Emma Simone, microphone 2.
Moderator, just a few, and I too love the Way Forward Committee, but there's just a couple things at the beginning, in A, it says the assessment rate be increased by 0.5 annually over the next triennial budget, but then it doesn't have 3 years. So I would recommend, and maybe Bob and the seconder can accept it friendly, to remove, just stop it annually, take out over the next triennial budget cycle, so that it would just read, the assessment rate be increased by 0.5 annually, starting from the current rate of 4.5 as follows. And then in CA, it refers to the General Council executive in 2026, but I believe we're talking about it going to the General Council, as in this whole body, in 2026.
Thank you, Emma. General Secretary, do you want to respond? And he might need you to repeat your second point because I was asking him something about your first point.
It's okay.
Can you just do that now and then he can respond to both?
Oh, repeat the second point. Just the use of executive in what's on the screen. It's my understanding that we're asking the General Secretary to bring it to the General Council meeting in 2026, not necessarily the executive. And I think it does say that further down in the proposal. It says to the General Council.
General Secretary. It's okay. Sorry, I thought we were reaching for your mic.
So in terms of, and the way forward may want to clarify that, but the process of the work of the General Secretary getting to the General Counsel would go through the executive as a way of getting to. So I think in some ways to bring it to the executive and then the executive determines taking it to the General Counsel as a whole body, and General Counsel will meet in 2026. So that's one way, but I just need to understand what the way forward thought.
Mitchell?
Thank you. Mitchell Anderson, member of the Way Forward team. It was the Way Forward team's understanding that there are two questions that the discussion was about. One was about how are communities of faith assessed, and there was a desire to pursue an equitable formula for assessment. And the other is that one of the ways that assessment revenue is used is it is allocated to regional councils. The decision around formula for assessment is a decision of the General Counsel. We read the sections of the manual earlier that outlined that this body determines the formula for assessment. The General Counsel Executive establishes the budget, and that includes how assessment revenue is used. One of the uses is grants to regional councils. The current practice has been to give each regional council an equal 1/16 of the total sum. This proposal, or this 3CA in red on your screen, the screen I can see, not your screen, direct the General Secretary to bring a proposal on an equitable allocation of assessment revenue to regional councils is part of the annual budget cycle, which is a decision of the General Counsel Executive. And so that is why, thank you, moderator. So that is why this has a different body receiving that recommendation in 2026. How we use assessment revenue is part of the budget approved by the General Counsel Executive. What the assessment formula is a decision of the General Counsel.
Thank you, Mitchell. Will Sparks, microphone 4.
Moderator, before Will spoke, I haven't answered the first part of the question, which I think the language you're suggesting makes sense. So I think in some ways, the initial said over the triennial budget, because we're working towards a triennial budget, but because in 2028 from the proposal is requiring that there would be a shift in terms of the percentages. I think that's why the way forward deleted the third point. So I think just grammatically you're correct. So we just assume that we understand what it means.
Yeah, and I also had a friendly request via the business, a member of the business table, that some youth have reminded us of our commitment to not be wordsmithing if we understand the intent. And so I think if you're clear, if it doesn't absolutely require an amendment, we'll proceed with it as is. And Will, thank you for your incredible patience since like the beginning of the discussion of this proposal this morning.
Thank you, moderator. Will Sparks from Pacific Mountain Regional Council. I guess my amendment from earlier had bigger ideas, dealing with both equity and dealing with how to change the way we produce revenue for the General Counsel. My amendment would be, that didn't make it into the way forward process, was to remove A. Period. That is to remove the 0.5% escalation over the next series of years, and I can give you the rationale for that. Now, if I can get a seconder for that.
Why don't you give,
okay.
Just go ahead and give your rationale, and I'll assume you've moved it, and we'll ask for a seconder.
Okay, great. The rationale, twofold. One is that A, increases the assessments because of a national church or a general council structural deficit. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate the agonizing over that, but communities of faith also have structural deficits. And I know that general council only has kind of limited ways of getting revenue, but so do congregations. And so this feels like it's kind of downloading the struggle from general council, adding it on to the struggle within pastoral charges. That's one point. The other point is I think that from an equity perspective, it would be wiser to increase revenue from accumulated wealth than from ongoing operations. And so down the road, I would love to see B expanded and A eliminated. But at this point, my amendment is simply to eliminate A.
Thank you. So there has been a proposed amendment by Will Sparks. I see Joseph Kaiser as a seconder. So we will now discuss the proposed amendment to the revised Way Forward proposal. Does anybody wish to speak to the proposed amendment by Will Sparks? If you could request to speak. Bob, I see your name there, but I'm assuming that was prior to the amendment, and I will call on you after. So let's leave Bob's name in the speaker list, but I'll know that that's for when we come back to the full proposal. Lee Sinclair, microphone 3.
Lee Sinclair from Northern Region Spiritual Council. Now we just make up words. We are very spiritual. And I am from a region, I was going to suggest a change to B, but a change to A will make a significant difference. If you raise allocated assessments, you will close churches. Now, some churches need to close, and we are doing palliative care with them. But some churches, this is the difference between full and part-time ministry or youth worker, no youth worker. So I vote in favor, or I speak in favor of the amendment.
Thank you, Lee. Dave Pollard, microphone 1.
Thank you, moderator. Dave Pollard, Chinook Winds Regional Council Commissioner. I would speak against the motion. We are at a breakwater moment in this United Church of ours. We have to give our leadership and our staff and our general council something to work with because denominationally we are running the risk of reaching a tipping point that we cannot come back from. And so in order to do this work and to do it well, we have to have some resources. And so I am speaking against the motion because if a 1% difference is going to be the tipping point for congregations, they were in trouble long before this.
Thank you, Dave. I see no more requests to speak to the amendment moved by Will Sparks and seconded by Joseph Kaiser. Shane Goldie, microphone 1.
The Reverend Shane Goldie, Indigenous Commissioner. I would be in favor of this amendment. I believe if our congregations and communities of faith have to start living within their means, our general council and denomination should be living within its means.
General Secretary.
So moderator, just a perspective. The general council identified areas of work that are part of the governance life of the church that requires us to function. So in some ways, unless we're willing to take a look at that list that is included in governance and say, we're saying to you, General Secretary and staff, no, you no longer do this because we can't afford to do it. So part of the challenge is that the list of items that are part of the governance bucket that was approved is part of our challenge. The second issue is that if we remove not given the assessment rate, if we're going to remove A, we're in fact saying the assessment rate stays where it is, and the recognition that the percentage of resources that come through the assessing of investment is not a significant amount of resources to fill the gap at the moment. So I think the motion, we need something. So if we do not increase, you are in fact, and you don't give some guidance as to what that increase will be, at least for the next year, for 2026 and 27, will need to be some significant major reduction in the General Counsel office system and in the Regional Counsel office system.
Thank you, General Secretary. David Wally, and then Doug Neufeld. David Wally, microphone 3.
Dave Wally, Living Skies Regional Council and the Commissioner. I don't know about you, but I'm going to be speaking in favor of this amendment because I have to look at the people in which I serve. They're important to me, and I hope I'm important to them. The point being, in our congregation in Big River, over half in that congregation are on social assistance. I am not going to shut the doors to that church because they haven't got the money to pay the assessment. I will not do that. Now, I believe that this amendment goes a long way to put pressure on all of us to come up with a different system of paying for our faith. So I rise in full support of this particular amendment.
Thank you, Doug Neufeld, microphone 2. Can I have microphone 2, please?
Doug Neufeld, Commissioner of P2P. I'm actually against the amendment, and as much as I absolutely support those that have spoken to the equity piece, this increase only equates to about $500 for every $100,000 of income, and so it's not significant. But if you remove A, then you're also removing assessment from very wealthy churches that would be contributing a whole lot more to go to our church. And so it's really not a huge amount of money for the smaller churches, that difference, and it's a form of revenue, just to echo what the General Secretary said. So thank you.
Thank you. George Thurlow, microphone 1.
I'm echoing somehow. George Thurlow, Living Skies region. I do point out that the 4.5 was set in 2019. It was a blind guess as to what things were going to cost. I commend the General Secretary and the finance people for holding the line as long as they have, and therefore I speak against the amendment and in favor of the full levy, as much as I have been on both sides of the issue in other times.
Thank you, George. Fraser Williamson, microphone 2. Fraser Williamson, microphone 4.
Fraser Williamson, Canadian Shield Regional Council. And as a commissioner, in one of my other jobs, I'm a municipal politician. we deal with this every year. And another speaker did bring up that it is a small amount if there's the churches that are threat of being closed. My congregation that I served is not going to be closed, but it's only a difference of $25. So this is just a slight increase there, and it works better for the programs that we have. So I'm voting against the amendment.
Thank you, Fraser. Jane McDonald will be the last speaker on the amendment. Microphone 4.
Jane McDonald, Bermuda, Nova Scotia Commissioner. I'm just asking clarification from the General Secretary. So if this amendment goes through, then and you mentioned cuts to regional councils, so it could be that funding could affect employment in the regional councils. Is that correct?
So if the amendment goes through, I'm assuming that unless you're going to give, somebody's going to say something else, then we're stuck with the 4.5 assessment for 2026.
And you did indicate that might mean cuts at the General Council office and regional councils?
Yes.
Correct. So I stand against the amendment because taking away Part A altogether was alluded to by a former speaker in that it would also take away our ability to have assessments on those congregations that are much more affluent than some within our United Church. So I would stand against the amendment.
Thank you, Jane. Point of order from Silas Lee. Silas is going to microphone 1.
Well, personally, I agree to the increase for the fact of inflation catch up. The increase is not that much compared to what we require from the general.
Sorry, Silas, did you mean to hit request to speak to the floor rather than point of order? Point of order means we're doing something procedurally wrong.
I could have made the.
Okay.
Could I make a comment on the proposal?
Yeah, so next time just press request to speak to the floor, not point of order, but go ahead, and then that's the end of the discussion on the amendment.
Good.
No, Silas, I want you to make your point, sorry. Just next time, make sure you press the right button, my friend.
Well, I need my coffee. I sit with the Perry to Pine Council, and I see a lot of small churches closing because of the funding, not the funding, of the assessment. And yet, on the second hand, I would consider that as a catch-22 problem, and some small churches are struggling, and yet the general office need the funding to catch up with the inflation. If people could not afford to pay, we are not going to point a gun to their head. So I see too many churches, they pay whatever they feel they afford. So that's not something that we force them. And I see some churches, they are more than generous. They pay more than their share. So I would agree to keep up with the inflation, and that would be up to the small churches or the big churches to consider what they could afford to pay.
Thank you, Silas. Seeing no more requests to speak to the amendment, we will now vote on the amendment as is on the screen. Moved by Will Sparks, seconded by Joseph Kaiser, that to remove portion A, including subpoints 1 and point 2 from the proposal. So we will vote on the amendment to this proposal now. I'm going to switch it to 60 seconds because everybody's voting quickly. All right, friends, the vote is closed and the amendment is opposed by a very strong majority. So we will move to the Way Forward proposal as presented by the Way Forward Committee, and Bob Fillier has requested to speak to the proposal. Bob, will you go to microphone 2? And before you start, if anybody else online or in the room would like to speak to the proposal, the way it was presented by the Way Forward Committee, if you would request to speak now.
Merci, moderatrice. I actually don't have anything further to say.
Oh, merci beaucoup. Tu es mon favori. All right. Steve Loudon, microphone 3.
Still not. Steve Loudon, Commissioner, Horseshoe Falls Regional Council. I come to the floor to convey a message from my wife's treasurer, who is very concerned about the investment side. And in looking at it, I believe that there should be a larger exemption than $100,000 from the investment base. We do want to encourage our congregations to hold reserves for bad times or to accumulate funds in order to invest. So I would propose an amendment to change the first $100,000 of reported investments to $200,000.
All right, we have a proposed amendment from Steve Loudon to change the text to have the amendment in point B rather, to change the threshold for exemption from 100,000 to 200,000. While that amendment is showing up on the screen. Thank you, Carrie Stover, for seconding. So the amendment would just read, the first $200,000 of reported investments as opposed to the first $100,000 of reported investments. So moved by Steve Loudon, seconded by Carrie Stover. Shane Goldie, I saw that you had requested to speak, but it was to the proposal, so now we will speak to the amendment. If anybody wishes to speak to the amendment, Sarah Kerwin, microphone 3.
Thank you, moderator. Sarah Kerwin, Pacific Mountain Regional Council. I'm going to call a duck a duck. If your church has $200,000 that you can invest, you may want to look at putting that into ministry.
Anybody else wishing to speak to the proposed amendment? We are in parliamentary procedure, and so folks are only supposed to speak once, and you've spoken to your proposed amendment. Carolyn Woodall. Carolyn Woodall's coming to microphone 1.
Hi, Carolyn Woodall, Northern Spirit Region. I'm a commissioner. So I have a question about how this works, coming from the perspective of a 3-point rural pastoral charge, where one of the congregations has enough invested because of a bequest that they would be impacted by this, but the other 2 points have smaller amounts that would be under either limit. So does this come to the pastoral charge and all the investments of the pastoral charge are impacted as one? Or is this something levied to each congregation as it has its own investment, and that investment is being used for ministry by the by, including supporting the ongoing possibility of full-time ministry in the pastoral charge? Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Harry Lee, the General Secretary, is trying to get your attention.
Just give me some time to talk with them.
Okay. I see, while we're waiting for the General Secretary to confer with the Executive Officer of Finance, I will recognize Jane McDonald, microphone 4.
Jane McDonald, Bermuda, Nova Scotia Commissioner. I did a quick calculation on what the assessment would be on that $100,000, and it turns out to be $250. So if a church has $200,000, I think they can afford the $250. So I would vote against this amendment.
Thank you, Jane. I see no more requests to speak to the amendment, so I will just wait for the General Secretary to finish his consultation and then ask him to respond to Carolyn's question before we move to a vote.
Sorry, moderator. Harry Lee, Executive Officer of Finance, will respond to the question about the pastoral charge in the individual congregations.
Thank you very much for the question. So currently the denominational assessment is being assessed at the pastoral charge level. And when the pastoral charge submits the annual statistic, it includes all the financial data from the multi-point community office. So the short answer is all the community office belong to a multi-points pastoral charge are being assessed. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. All right, seeing no more requests to speak to the proposed amendment, we will vote on the amendment. So if we could vote on the amendment, the first $200,000 of reported investments, moved by Steve Loudon, seconded by Carrie Stover. You have 60 seconds to vote. Thank you, friends. The vote is closed and the amendment is defeated by a fairly strong majority. So we will go back to discussing the proposal as presented by the Way Forward Committee, and I recognize Shane Goldie, microphone 1. If anybody else wishes to speak, could you please request to speak now? Because we would like to move to a vote quickly.
The Reverend Shane Goldie, Indigenous Commissioner. I would like to move for an amendment to strike B altogether.
All right, so there is a proposal from Shane Goldie to strike point B altogether. Is there a seconder for that proposed amendment? Can I have somebody press the seconder button? If there is a seconder. Yvonne Wright, if you were in the court, I see that you pressed mover. Did you? Oh, okay, never mind. I have a seconder, Norma Wrightley. All right, friends, discussion on the proposed amendment to strike section B altogether. It says A, but that's a formatting mistake in the proposed amendment. It's actually B in the proposal. Thank you to our team for correcting it. Anybody wishing to speak to the proposed amendment? All right, seeing no requests to speak, we will move to a vote on the proposed amendment to remove section B, moved by Shane Goldie, seconded by Norma Wrightley. You have 60 seconds to vote. All right, the vote is closed and the proposed amendment is defeated by a fairly large majority. Friends, at this time, I'm going to call the question on the proposal as it's stated. You have had time in your discussion groups to discuss it. The Way Forward Committee has considered additional conversation in this court and made some proposals, and we have had significant discussion, and I'm going to call the vote. So, we are now going to move into a vote on GC45 WF24B, GCE05 assessment funding rate for 2026 to 2028 for summer 2025, as presented by the Way Forward Committee. I invite you to vote now. You have 60 seconds. All right, folks, the vote has ended and the proposal is passed by a very strong majority. And I am going, we don't clap after we except that, like, you know, we did hard things. I am going to just remind us about the intent of the process, because there are many people in this room, myself included, who were used to debating things from the floor. And we have spent significant amount of time in this court discussing things in our discussion group and sending perspectives to the Way Forward Committee. And I would really encourage us to move away from re-litigating things from the floor of the court. And the question that we need to ask ourselves when the Way Forward proposals come forward is, you know, like, is our discussion heard and represented, right? So we're going to move forward to the next Way Forward proposal, GC45, Way Forward 27, General Counsel Executive 03, supporting towards 2035. Thank you to the Way Forward Committee.
Thank you, moderator. All but one group supported this. Groups noted the importance of ongoing sharing of learning from experimentation and reporting on progress towards the future, which are included in the General Secretary's reports to the General Counsel Executive. Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that in response to GCE 03, supporting towards 2035, the 45th General Council 2025, 1, extend GCE 05, which is 2022, living into the strategic plan for another triennium, 2025 to 2028, and 2, include the General Council as an additional venue of experimentation.
All right, friends, can I have a mover and a seconder? Okay, I'm going to choose the first ones. I see Nancy Norse and Ryan McNally. So moved by Nancy Norse and seconded by Ryan McNally. And just a reminder, please don't request to move or second until I've asked you to, because it bumps all the names way up high. All right, the Way Forward team's proposal has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the proposal? Whether you're online or in the room, you need to use the request to speak button. All right, seeing no requests to speak, we will move to a vote on Way Forward 27 GCE 03 supporting towards 2035, moved by Nancy Norse and seconded by Ryan McNally. You have 60 seconds to vote. All right, friends, the vote is closed, and that is carried by an overwhelming majority. I will ask the Way Forward Committee to present their next proposal.
So next one is GC45, the COM04, elected or not for summer 2025. A majority of groups discussed this proposal. A minority of groups supported this proposal as it is. In particular, there was little support for the idea that the action of GC45 on June 28th of approving the nomination slate was ultra-virus. There was a general support for the need to clarify our language to align with our current practice while upholding our broader goal of diversity and gifts and the decision of the 43rd General Council. The 43rd General Council agreed to a nominations process that would ensure that appointments to committees and the GCE, General Council Executive, reflected diverse skills, talents, cultural backgrounds, and geographic representation. This goal could not be effectively achieved through a standard election process, including calls to the floor, which would undermine the intention of having diverse candidates. Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that in response to COM04, elected or not, the 45th General Council 2025, 1. Take no further action on COM 04 elected or not, and 2. Refer the broader issue of clarity of language with respect to electing or appointing to the General Secretary to propose revisions to Section D.4.6.2d and any other relevant sections, ensuring they are consistent with the basis of union, while preserving the equity commitments approved by the 43rd General Council year 2018.
Thank you to the Way Forward team. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Silas Lee and seconded by Alexander Jebsen. All right, is there anyone wishing to speak to the proposal? All right, seeing no request to speak to the floor, I will ask us to move into a vote. So you have 60 seconds to vote on the GC45, Way Forward 25, Commissioner 04, elected or not, moved by Silas Lee and seconded by Alexander Jebsen. Please vote now. All right, friends, the voting is closed and the proposal passes with a significantly overwhelming majority. All right, friends, the next, I will invite the Way Forward team to propose the next proposal.
The next proposal is Way Forward 26. GCE 01, review the roles of the moderator and the general secretary for summer 2025. All discussion groups discussed the proposal. 3 groups were completely opposed to the proposal. While in favor of the proposal overall, a number of groups were opposed to adopting and implementing some of the recommendations of the report. In particular, some groups had questions and concerns about the language of speaking to and speaking for the church with regards to the roles of the moderator and the general secretary. A number of groups had concerns about the single accountability committee for both roles, worrying about workload or role clarity. As we live into these recommendations, there may be refinements that can be brought to future general councils, including before the next 10-year review in or around 2035. The Way Forward Committee, therefore, recommends that GCE 01 review the roles of the moderator and general secretary in response to the 45th General Council 2025. 1, receive the final report of the task group to review the roles of the moderator and general secretary and its appendices. Other than recommendation 9, adopt and implement the recommendations of the report. Refer recommendation 9 to the General Council Executive for further analysis to report back to the General Council in 2026. And 4, direct the Manual Committee to revise the bylaws consistent with these recommendations.
Thank you to the Way Forward Committee. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? So moved by Yvonne Wright and seconded by Marie-Claude Manga. David Moore, I see requested to speak. Was that to the proposal? Yes. Okay, if you can move to the microphone. And also, I'll ask commissioners not to request to speak before it's been moved and seconded, just so I'm clear about what you're asking to speak to. So David Moore, microphone 1.
David Moore from East Central Ontario Regional Council. I'm a commissioner. That I have several problems with both the recommendation from the Way Forward Committee and the proposal as it stands. There were some issues in the way it was presented in the Chime app. The proposal referred to a report, and then when you went to look at the report, it was just a truncated version of the report, and the full report was kind of difficult to find. When I eventually did find it, I was very disturbed by the language that I saw in it. It moved from an ecclesial kind of language to a kind of a corporate secular language, particularly with evaluation and oversight, that had the feel of, as we've used in other places, empire. There are a number of things in the report that have recommendations that don't come up in the proposal. And it troubles me because it makes a fundamental change in the role and the function of the moderator of the United Church. One is the setting forward the agenda for an incoming moderator before they're elected, which abrogates their ability to set forward the vision for their term. It's already determined according to those recommendations, where they'll go, who they'll talk to, all of that is all before they're elected, and I have a big trouble with that. And then the putting the oversight word instead of an advisory council with the moderator changes the relationship of the moderator with the staff of the general council. And it's just such a fundamental change in the charisma of the moderator that I stand strongly against the recommendations of the committee that put this out.
Thank you, David. Shane Goldie, microphone 1. If there's any other requests to speak, could you please do so now? Go ahead, Shane.
The Reverend Shane Goldie, Indigenous Commissioner. I too am opposed to this, as in reading it and understanding it, and with the verbal report as well. It is, and it could be a fundamental shift to our polity in the United Church, and it would give the General Secretary to become the head of the United Church, to speak to and for the church, as the moderator would then speak to the church and not for it. And so if this is a fundamental shift in the way that we've done things, and historically the General Secretary was the assistant to the moderator and the administrative of the church. So if this is to happen, is this then in contradiction to our basis of union and foundation, and then would it, or should it require a remit?
Thank you. Emma Simone, microphone 2.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, moderator.
I just want to let the court know, because as the former gentleman said, it is a little confusing how to get into in chime. Recommendation 9 is the piece about to and for the church. So that part, given the way forward proposal here, is not included. So we would refer that recommendation to the General Counsel Executive for further analysis, but that isn't included if we support this motion.
Thank you, Emma. Bridget Maya Douglas, can you make your way to a microphone? Microphone 3, I see you coming.
Hi, sorry, Bridget Maya, Shining Waters Commissioner. I was asking about recommendation 9 and maybe asking the Way Forward group, because this is based on a report that's really hard to find. Like, I just went searching. I don't know if anyone else is having this problem. I don't know what all the other recommendations are. It would have been nice, since I'm going to have to vote on something, and if we're voting to receive the final report, and it has a number of recommendations, and we're voting for everything else other than, it would have been nice to actually have seen, just to be, as a refresher, everything else that we're voting on. So I personally, just speaking on behalf of myself, maybe not according to Shining Waters, I personally feel uncomfortable voting on something that's listed like this.
Let me just check with the business. Is there a way that we can push out the link in Chime on a Chime announcement, just so people know? Apparently, if you're in the library function of Chime, you can use the search function in the library part of Chime, and that can help. All right, I see no other requests to speak. All right, so we will move to a vote on GC45, WF26, GCE01, review the roles of the moderator and general secretary for summer 2025. It has been moved by Yvonne Wright and seconded by Marie-Claude Manga, and you can vote now. You have 60 seconds. All right, friends, the vote is closed and the proposal is carried. It was about a 2/3 majority. I don't have the percentages, I just have the numbers, but it's about a 2/3 majority to pass this motion. I will ask the Way Forward Committee to come and present GC45, Way Forward 37, Youth Council Motion 01, National Youth Council for summer 2025, which was removed from the Omnibus motion.
Thank you, moderator. One group did not discuss this proposal. More than half supported the proposal. There were strong affirmations of the importance of youth in the life and the governance of the church, including cultivating their leadership to shape the future directions of the church. Some groups spoke to ensure that indigenous youth participation and diversity of the representation in a potential National Youth Council. More than half who supported the proposal had concerns. Two of the main concerns were related to funding and honoraria. Given the financial realities of the church, there were significant questions about how the proposed full-time staff position of the General Counsel office would be funded. There were questions about how this proposal fit with the strategic direction and toward 2035 and the growth initiative.
Apologies to the Way Forward Committee. There's a point of order from David Moore, and I need to interrupt. David Moore, can you go to the microphone if you have a point of order?
Microphone 1. David Moore, East Central Ontario Regional Council. Just after the last vote, I'm wondering if maybe it needs to be a proposal going forward to the next General Council or something, but I think it would behoove the court when changes to governance are coming within a report that it be included in the proposal that introduces that to the court. A lot of folks, I don't think, were aware of all of the recommendations of that report to the General Counsel and how they affect governance.
All right. All right, thank you, David. We will pass on your feedback to the business table for consideration. Sorry, Way Forward Committee, I had to interrupt.
Thank you, moderator. So that was the first concern was about the staffing. Second one was honoraria. The payment of honoraria for the proposed National Youth Council members were considered problematic, and some wondered if it was illegal. There was another question regarding the equity representation and the representation from the regional councils. A few noted that not every regional council has a youth staff or committee. This may privilege some regional councils who have stronger youth structures in their council. Regarding the establishment of the proposed National Youth Council, some had questions about the work of the council, wondering if it would only focus on youth-related matters, which would appear to limit their contributions concerning all matters in the church. Some expressed a concern if this proposal would separate youth from the General Council. A few groups wonder if having a set number of youth commissioners would be possible, and if we were, they were unsure if this required a remit. Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that in response to YCOM 01, National Youth Council, the 45th General Council 2025, direct the General Secretary to form a task group to consider this proposal along with the discussion notes to address the concerns around funding, governance, and strategic direction, and bring a recommendation to the next meeting of the 45th General Council in 2026.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and a seconder? I see it's moved by Lennox Scarlett and seconded by Rebecca Duncan. We will now move into discussion of the way forward proposal. If you would like to speak to the way forward proposal, please request to speak. We see requests from Thea Sheridan Jonah. Microphone 1.
Thank you, moderator.
No, sorry, I'm recognizing Thea Sheridan Jonah. Microphone 1. But if you requested to speak, can you stay at the microphone? Because I'll call you in the order that comes from the equity team.
Cal's chime isn't working, so he's gonna get a request to speak some other way.
Okay.
So I have a motion to amend the way forward proposal. The amendment would be to change the language to direct the General Secretary to form a task group with robust, diverse youth representation for the development of terms of reference and implementation of a National Youth Council, for the discussion notes from discussion groups of General Council 45 regarding YCOM 01 be forwarded to the task group, that the task group report and update the 45th General Council meeting in 2026.
All right, so we have Thea, while I'm talking, can you take that back to the tech table at the back and just make sure that they have it already? Oh, you guys are amazing. So it's moved by Thea, and I see it's seconded by Dorcas Johan. So anybody wishing to speak to the amendment? I see Cal Reynolds and Eric Nyarko, but I believe you're wishing to speak to the way forward proposal before the amendment, correct?
No, I'm wishing to speak to the amendment as well.
Okay, Cal Reynolds, microphone 1.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Cal Reynolds. My pronouns are he, him, and I am a youth delegate from the Western Ontario Waterways region. I will try and keep this short, but please don't clap once I am done. I am personally in favor of this amendment. I am not only speaking for myself, but also in consultation with many other youth delegates and youth commissioners. We are very frustrated with the Way Forward report for this proposal, as it is clear that the court supports a National Youth Council, but instead of the report representing that support by suggesting we implement a National Youth Council, it was overly focused on details which were added to help ensure that our voices were heard and to help flesh out and clarify the proposal. These suggested details would have been decided by the General Secretary or a task group anyways. We feel that this invalidates us as youth and diminishes our voices by saying we need a task group to discuss these details without the commitment of this task group to implement a National Youth Council. This is once again an example of how youth are kept out of the conversation and held to a higher standard of business conduct, professionalism, and clarity than our middle-aged and elder counterparts. We are left to once again trust the wider church with our future. During this General Council, there has been repeated talk about how important and valued youth voices are, and we need to see this talk turn into action. Nothing for us without us, nothing with us without us. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Nyarko, microphone 3, are you speaking to the amendment?
Yes, please.
All right,
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm Eric Nyarko, Shannon Waters Regional Council and a commissioner. A church without a plan for the youth is gradually driving into a grave. Let us put on record that the United Church of Canada is a church that have a place for the youth and the young adult. Therefore, we keep saying they are the future and the backbone of the church. But I'm sorry to say the future is now. Therefore, let us all put into a consideration whereby there will be a formation of a youth council and move it from the national or general council office throughout to the regional and where possible clusters, so that we can get a group of people that can speak to, work with, and collaborate with our young people, those far and near. It's allowed and it's believed that most of the young people, when they go to school, they don't come back to the church. Why? There are some campus ministries that pick up our young ones. So we need a council that will plan all these. So I stand with the amendment and also echo that the General Council through the General Secretary will make all effort so that we will have a council and a budget, a bigger portion of the budget should be directed towards the youth of the church. Thank you.
Thank you. So seeing no more requests to speak to the floor on the amendment, the proposed amendment is that in response to Youth Council M01, the National Youth Council, the 45th General Council 2025, direct the General Secretary to form a task group with robust, diverse youth representation for the development of terms of reference and implementation of a National Youth Council, and for the discussion notes forward the discussion notes of GC45 regarding Youth Council M01 to be forwarded to the task group, and that the task group report and update the 45th General Council in 2026. That is the proposed amendment, moved by Thea Sheridan-Jones and seconded by Dorcas Johan. So we will move to a vote on the amendment, and you have 60 seconds to vote. Point of order from, so can we stop the vote, because I'm sure it came in simultaneously with me opening the vote. Liz McKenzie, point of order.
I'm really sorry, moderator. Liz McKenzie, Shining Waters Regional Council Commissioner. You changed the second point from saying for to forward. So I just want to clarify what that word is for the motion that we're currently voting on.
Thank you. My bad for moving too fast. So in the back, the second point should say forward the discussion notes from discussion groups. It's supposed to say for? Can you scroll up to the top? All right, friends, it is 3:30. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we're going to get the correct words up there. We're not going to wordsmith it now, so we're just going to take a 15-minute break. We're going to make sure that the amendment is back. We move back into a decision session after the break, and I don't want to get us behind through the day, and we're obviously going to need some time, and we don't want to wordsmith. So 15 minutes. We're returning in 1 minute, friends. 1 minute. All right, friends. I realize after a working lunch that our 15-minute break might not have felt like quite enough. But we are in the home stretch. We have a time when we have to finish today, and so the rest of our time is what it is. We have the properly worded motion for amendment that was moved by Thea and seconded by Dorcas. And that wording reads, direct the General Secretary to 1, form a task group with robust, diverse youth representation for the development of terms of reference and implementation of a National Youth Council, and forward the discussion notes from discussion groups of GC45 regarding this proposal to the task group, and ensure the task group reports and updates the 45th General Council in 2026. Now it reads in a perfectly executed amendment in terms of grammar and punctuation. So friends, it has been moved by Thea Sheridan Jonah and seconded by Dorcas Johan. And if we could get ready to vote, you will have 60 seconds to vote on the amendment. We are voting on the amendment. All right, friends, the voting on the amendment has closed and the amendment passed with an overwhelming majority. And we're not commenting on that. So, we will now refer back to the proposal itself. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the proposal? If you could, whether you're online or in the room, if you could use the request to speak function on Chime. If you're in the room, then proceed to a microphone. So the proposal as amended is on the floor. There have been no requests to speak. So we will now vote on the proposal with the amended wording. This is moved by Lennox and seconded by Rebecca Duncan. And I invite you to vote now. You have 60 seconds to vote on the proposal. All right, the vote is closed, and that has passed by an overwhelming majority. I would like to invite the Way Forward Committee to come up and to present our next proposal, which is number 8 in the Way Forward playlist, GC45, Way Forward 20, Theology Interchurch Interfaith 02, Revised Principles for Justice Work.
Thank you, moderator. We are presenting the report for proposal. Sorry. Is it okay now? Yeah. So I was saying thank you, moderator. So this is the report for proposal TKIF 02. Almost all groups discussed this proposal. There was a strong support for moving forward with the proposal. One group suggested the addition of restorative justice as a principle. Another group noted that we should cite the source of the phrase, all my relations, to honor indigenous wisdom. Several groups suggested the need to set up an evaluation process for this work. Concerns were raised about the need for implementation with accountability. Therefore, the Way Forward Committee proposes
that in response to TKIF 02, Revised Principles for Justice Work, the 45th General Council 2025 approve the revised principles, including the preamble, with edits to the wording to call attention to the source of the term all my relations, and encourage further conversation with the Indigenous Church about ways to include Indigenous spiritual teachings into the principles of justice and to bring suggestions and revisions to a subsequent General Council.
And that's to direct the General Secretary to develop an evaluation and reporting process for how the principles are effectively serving the living out of the justice work of the United Church of Canada, with an initial report to the General Council in 2026.
All right, so we have the Way Forward proposal in front of us. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Richard Gardner, seconded by Mark Sturman. Anybody wishing to speak to the proposal before us, if you can use the speak to the floor function in Chime. If you are in the room, then move directly to a microphone. All right, seeing no requests to speak to the floor, we will move to a vote on the proposal as it is presented. So if we could open the vote, you have 60 seconds to vote on the proposal. All right, friends, the motion is carried nearly unanimously, and so the proposal is passed. Way Forward Committee.
Thank you. Next up is Way Forward 32, NAK01, Development of an AI Policy for the United Church of Canada. Nearly all discussion groups were in favor of the United Church developing a policy for the use of artificial intelligence, also known as AI, groups noted that the original proposal did not name the potential ecological impacts of the expanded use of artificial intelligence, although this was discussed in the clarifying questions. Some discussion groups had issue with the drafting of a policy and instead suggested that it be switched to guidelines. Some groups raised questions about the theological and pastoral implications of the use of artificial intelligence in church and society, noting that this was a possible piece of work that the Theology and Interchurch Interfaith Committee, TICF, had already identified for future consideration.
Therefore, the Way Forward team proposes that in response to NAK01 development of an AI policy for the United Church of Canada, the 45th General Council 2025 directs the General Secretary to establish an artificial intelligence task group to develop best practices and guidelines for ethical and effective use of artificial intelligence by the United Church, direct the Theology and Interchurch Interfaith Committee, TICF, to conduct a study of the theological and pastoral implications of the use of artificial intelligence in church and society, including attention to the ecological impacts of artificial intelligence.
And take no further action on NAK01 development of an AI policy.
So can I have a mover and a seconder for the proposal? It's moved by Shane Goldie and seconded by Richard Gardner. If anyone is wishing to speak to the Way Forward proposal, if you could request to speak, and if you are in the room, proceed to a microphone. Jake Girton, can you go to the microphone, please? Sorry, Jake is online. So if we could have Jake speak to the floor, please. All right, Jake, you have the floor. So we are not hearing. It's possible that the problem is with Jake's connection, but it is also possible, like yesterday, once we went to then play the video, we couldn't hear. So can we just double check our settings on our side too? Okay, thank you. Maybe if it's possible, if Jake could type it into the YouTube chat, is that a way to do it? And then we could have the tech team read it to us? And while you're doing that, pardon? In the Zoom chat is possible. Okay, so the tech team is going to get Jake's intervention by chat, and when if I could just have somebody from Encore or Eric in the back, just raise your hand when you're ready to read that, then I'll recognize Jake as a speaker. In the meantime, Susan Johnson, microphone 1.
Thank you. Susan Johnson, Evangelical Lutheran Church in Canada. I'm just encouraging that the Theology and Interchurch Interfaith Committee considered we're doing this work with partners going forward. There are other denominations in our country that would benefit from working together on this. Thank you.
Thank you. David Patterson, oh, sorry, Sula Ann Kasaki? Okay. Microphone 3.
Thank you, moderator. Jake Girton is a commissioner from Horseshoe Falls, and because they had trouble yesterday, they sent me their comments.
Okay, perfect. So I will recognize you speaking on behalf of Jake instead of the tech team, which I prefer, actually.
Thank you,
you.
moderator.
Prefer because she's a member of the court.
Yes, from Horseshoe Falls. Reading word for word. Jake Girton, I use they, them pronouns. I'm a commissioner from Horseshoe Falls Regional Council. On terminology, and then I have concerns about the intent of the proposal. We've been hearing a lot about AI in the past few years in reference to generative AI, things like ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, and DALL-E that rely on resource-guzzling data centers. That being said, artificial intelligence has been around for decades as tools that don't have anything to do with the catastrophic realities of giant tech corporations. If you've ever played Pac-Man, you've interacted with AI that is harmless from anyone's perspective other than Pac-Man's. I would propose that we amend the wording of the proposal to refer to generative AI or Gen AI instead of AI in all of its many forms. To the intent of the proposal, from my understanding, the use of generative AI is wholly irresponsible, negligent, and unethical. Its issues regarding CO2 emissions, water and electricity consumption, and plagiarism are well documented. The viral spread of AI-generated disinformation and misinformation continues to threaten the already treacherous waters of online research and news reporting. There are studies investigating generative AI's impact on the psychological well-being and critical thinking skills of people who learn to rely on them. I feel confident that any honest task group that sets out to find ethical and effective uses of generative AI will come back empty-handed. To that point, I would propose an amendment clarifying that the task group develop guidelines on how to identify generative AI and reduce reliance on those tools instead of how to use them. Additionally, while the task group and TICIF committees are doing their work, I would ask the United Church of Canada to speak against the overuse of Gen AI and warn our communities about its dangers. Thank you.
Thank you. David Patterson. Microphone 1.
David Patterson from Eastern Ontario, Outaouais region. I think that we need to get on board so we understand it. It's already happening. Clergy are writing their sermons. A lot of people are making use of it. I think we need to get on board and find out more about it and come up with some policy or some direction, because we can't wait. We can't put a stop to it, but we can provide some direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Kerwin, microphone 3. Sarah?
Thank you, moderator. I just want to clarify, do we need to wait for a seconder for this amendment before I speak to it?
I was unclear that there was an actual amendment being proposed. Can I get clarification from the person who spoke for Jake? Can you go to microphone 3, please?
Hi. Yes, Jake did propose adding the language that it was generative AI rather than AI in all its forms.
Okay, my apologies. So we'll now move to, can we pull up the wording of the proposal? There we go. All right, thank you for putting the wording of the proposed amendment. I see Hannah Polasek as seconder. So it's moved by Jake Girton, seconded by Hannah Polasek.
Put up is not correct. Yeah.
The wording is not correct in the amendment?
It might be 2 separate amendments. There's a separate one. I'll just read it word for word. I propose an amendment clarifying that the task group develop guidelines on how to identify generative AI and reduce reliance on those tools instead of how to use them. I don't know if that's 1 or 2 amendments.
So can you, I see somebody's already fetched you to bring it back to the back table to make sure we get the exact wording. So in the meantime, you've heard it verbally a couple of times. Is there anybody that wants to speak to the amendment? I saw that Ross Bartlett had requested to speak, but that was to the proposal. And then Sarah Kerwin, you wish to speak to the amendment. Okay.
Thank you, moderator. Sarah Kerwin, Pacific Mountain Regional Council. I am a commissioner. When the last speaker started, I was very excited that somebody else had caught the generative AI piece, but I would speak very strongly against this amendment. As a person with a disability, generative AI has improved my life immeasurably, both on a social level, on a workplace level, and also within my family home. I would encourage us to look at this with a lens of equity, in that persons like myself with neurodivergencies are regularly using generative AI as a tool for the betterment of ourselves and our communities, and that we not fall into a mindset of being scared, of having fear. One of our speakers earlier told us that we can have fear or love, and I would really, really love us to not fall into the trap of fear.
Thank you, Kerwin. Just 1 second. Thank you, Sarah Kerwin, sorry. All right, I have some advice from the business table that the proposed amendment actually changes the intent of the proposal, and so therefore is ruled out of order. So we will strike the amendment. All right, so now I have multiple people that were wishing to speak, and I don't know if it was to the amendment. So can we clear the speakers list and then we'll just restart? And
Have to resubmit.
yeah, I'm going to ask, just hold on 1 second. Let me get the list clear before you resubmit. And I will invite you to resubmit when I'm ready for you. All right, so we're now back to the proposal as presented by the Way Forward. If you would like to speak to the proposal, please request to speak now. Ross Bartlett, microphone 1.
Thank you, moderator. Ross Bartlett, Bermuda, Nova Scotia. Just want to raise a point about something we do very often in the United Church, and that's develop policy and then look at theology. And I would hope that in doing these items, I don't want to get into an amendment, but I would rather see that the theology, the Interchurch Interfaith Committee, do the groundwork for the theology, the pastoral reality, the ecclesiology and ethics of generative AI before we start developing policies. We often get the cart before the horse, and I'd rather that we did the horse in the right place, which in this case is the theological and ethical underpinning. Thank you.
Thank you. I will remind you, if you've requested to speak, can you please come to the microphone? We have order of the day in 3 minutes. So, Hannah Park, microphone 4.
제 이름은 박하나고 from Pacific Mountain Regional Council. I understand the amendment is removed, but I would still like to request that we can add the equity understanding of the using of the AI in the original draft, since not only disability, and I really appreciate the previous speaker speaking about the advantage for the equity purpose for the people who use the AI, even in the church workplace. For me, the language and other ways are significantly improved by the use of the generative AI because it truly improves the effectiveness and the significantly reduce language barrier and in fact help me to communicate what I truly want to say when I really needed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Because I've just asked the way forward to check and see if, is it there? Or are you checking?
1 second.
Okay. I've just asked somebody from the way forward to see if that perspective was already included in the notes, because my understanding, I'll ask the General Secretary, when a task group is created out of this proposal, would the notes from this discussion be forwarded to the task group?
Yeah.
Yes, moderator.
So I'm just, and those perspectives were raised in the discussion?
Yep, so those perspectives on equity were raised in the discussion, and it was talked about from the Way Forward Committee.
Okay, so we have no need to amend the proposal because that information will go to the General Secretary and the Theology Interchurch Interfaith Committee. Richard Gardner, microphone 4.
Richard Gardner, Shining Waters Commissioner. I would recommend that we strike the generative AI description. This is currently the state of the art of AI, but it's not the ultimate goal, and to limit us to the current limits us to explaining to our congregations and the world what the future is and what it might be.
I believe the amendment with referring to generative AI has already been ruled out of order. There's no, in this proposal, there's no, in the actual wording of the proposal, there's no reference to generative AI.
I thought it was already separate from the proposal as well.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Derek Marcellus.
Derek Marcellus, East Central Ontario Regional Council Commissioner. I was wondering if it would be possible to put some kind of time frame on this proposal, not leaving it open-ended with no anticipated end in sight. Possibly this would be an amendment to add a time factor.
I'm going to refer to the General Secretary, but in the meantime, I'm going to invite Hannah Polasek to share their point of personal privilege. Microphone 4.
I just want to apologize. When I second the motion, I did not take into account the use of it in disabilities or speech, and I would just like to apologize because I don't think it properly represents my views. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. General Secretary.
So I appreciate the concern to put a timeline on this. I also want you to think about the number of task groups you have just sent my way.
Yep.
And there are only a certain number of hours in the day for folks to volunteer. So I would say I would take on the advisement that the concern about a timely reporting back is essential, but if you're prepared to just allow that it's been spoken, and we will work towards that, given the fact that already I think there are about 3 other task groups that you've assigned to our staff.
Yeah, that's okay. Mostly the reason behind my question is the pace at which technology and AI are changing, but I'm okay with what you just recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. The last request I see to speak is Sarah Kerwin, microphone 3.
Thank you, moderator. Sarah Kerwin, Pacific Mountain. I would just propose the Way Forward Committee and also to Shane Goldie and Richard Gardner if they would consider a friendly amendment to specify that we are, the intention of this, I believe, to be generative AI.
Sorry. I've already ruled that adding that the intent was generative AI is based on the advice of the Way Forward Committee and the business table, to amend this proposal to include the words generative AI would significantly change the intent of the proposal. So the amendment is, that type of amendment, whether friendly or not, is ruled out of order.
Even though the proposal was made with generative AI? Because that implies in and of itself that that's what we're talking about.
I'm sorry, I have ruled it out of order.
Okay.
Thank you. I think that, yeah, sorry. All right, friends, seeing no more requests to speak to the proposal as presented before us, I am going to ask you to vote on the proposal. You have 60 seconds.
I mean, like, they don't have access to what we have. Like, the notes will be included. I wish I could have responded to it better. Anyway, we're going to, given the time, we're going to,
All right, the vote is now closed, and that is carried with an overwhelming majority. Friends, I said that we had order of the day at 4:15, but our subcommittees on the letter to the church and our public issues statement have ceded their time so that we can deal with the Indigenous proposals and the proposals on Palestine. And so I will accept that cessation of your time with gratitude and ask for the Way Forward Committee to take direction from the chair of business about what proposal we're doing next.
And moderator, while the chair of business is sorting out the next item, we will, and we'll probably use the Chime platform, we will share with you the work of the two subcommittees within the next day or so.
Thank you, General Secretary. Kenji? Oh, he's, okay. All right, thank you. Way Forward Committee.
Thank you for your patience, for your indulgence as we continue our work. Business Committee recommends that we take a look at Way Forward 43 regarding Commissioner 07 living into right relations. You'll find the Way Forward report is in the Chime platform library at the end of the alphabetical listing. And yeah, I was going to say something else. I can't think of what that was going to be right now. Oh, how much I'm grateful and thankful for the Way Forward team. Thank you, and I love you.
Way Forward team.
We love you too, Kenji. We're going to also steal your laptop as you have it directly opened. So we will be discussing Way Forward 43, COM 07, living into right relations. All relations need to be rooted in truth, respect, transparency, and built on trust for summer 2025. Groups understood the desire in this proposal and support enabling the National Indigenous Council to discern its path forward, but not unanimity in this proposal as the best path forward. In discerning how to respond to this proposal, groups sought to recognize the autonomy and self-determination of the National Indigenous Council in alignment with the commitments in Remit 1, establishing an autonomous national Indigenous organization. While supportive groups wanted more information about the financial implications of the proposal. Recognizing that there is a national Indigenous spiritual gathering planned for September, the gathering may be able to provide direction. It is recommended
that the 45th General Council 2025 refer COM07 living into right relations. All relations need to be rooted in truth, respect, transparency, and built on trust for summer 2025 to the National Indigenous Spiritual Gathering to discern the best path forward for the National Indigenous Council and Indigenous communities of faith.
General Secretary.
Moderator, I think there's a misunderstanding in the text. The September meeting is not a National Indigenous Spiritual Gathering. It's a gathering of the Elders Council.
Would that change the intent of the way forward proposal, or would you?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Recognizing the mistake that the Way Forward Committee has made in reference to the spiritual gathering, it does not change the intent of the proposal.
1 second. All right, so would the Way Forward Committee like to amend the wording in this proposal to replace National Indigenous Spiritual Gathering with, in both instances, or actually, yeah, in both instances in the report and in the wording of the recommendation, and replace it with the National Indigenous Elders Council?
Yes, we would.
All right. So trusting that our recording secretary will make sure that that correction is made with regard to the preamble text, you now have the amended or the corrected text from the Way Forward Committee. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Yvonne Wright and seconded by Sarah Giles. The floor is now open to speak to the Way Forward proposal. If you would like to speak to this proposal, please request to speak and then move to a microphone if you are in the room. Adrian Cormier, microphone 3.
Adrian Cormier, lay commissioner from First on Eastern Edge. Given that COM07 specifically referenced that the Elders Council was designed to be an advisory body rather than a decision-making body, and specifically cited burnout among elders, I question whether the Way Forward proposal is consistent with the spirit of COM07, and would like to hear from the original movers of COM07.
Thank you, Adrian. Kimberly Roy, could you go to a microphone, please? Or are you joining online?
Kimberly. I'm online.
Online, great, I hear you.
Thank you. The reason why we brought it to General Council was because when we've asked for Indigenous gatherings, we have been either told no or that it's not, the time is not now. The elders that have gathered asked for these decisions to be made now so they can feel as though they are moving forward with something to look forward to with hope.
Thank you, Kimberly. Emma Simone, microphone 2. Can we have microphone 2, please?
Emma Simone, Prairie to Pine Regional Council. After Remit 1, I feel like if we're going to have an autonomous Indigenous church, and that's what the wider church has agreed to, when Indigenous people put forward that they want to meet in order to determine what that will look like, we should support them. And I feel like had it actually been a national Indigenous spiritual gathering happening in September, I would have been comfortable with this way forward motion, but to have it go to the Elders Council, which is a smaller subgroup and has an advisory capacity, I'm not comfortable with this motion as it reads.
Thank you, Emma. Elaine Jacobs and then Jordan Cantwell. Can you please make your way to the microphone? I believe they will both be at microphone 1.
I believe I speak for our group present in this group that it is not what we want. We do not want our elders burdened with a task that is not traditionally theirs. They do not do the business of the church. They are an advisory group. If there are problems, it's taken to the elders, but it's not fair to put all of the work on them. In the sake of equality, we have to be allowed to determine our own way. In the restructuring of the church, when the regional councils were set up, everyone was so afraid and worried and concerned that the regions of the non-native church took precedent. Everyone made sure they had a regional group. The NCC was disbanded. We were left to sink or swim with no regional group, no way to make decisions. What we've been given is tacked together little groups, people who did not know the organization, and we've been floundering for that reason. I would like to see our Native people better treated in this church. This is wrong.
Thank you, Elaine. Jordan Cantwell, microphone 1. And Hannah, can you also make your way to the microphone so I can recognize you when it's time?
Jordan Cantwell, former moderator, I guess is my role here. Many of the last speakers have said much of what I wanted to say. I would just add to that, that it seems like money is the sticking point for us. This is going to cost us a lot of money. And I would just invite us to reflect on our commitments to reconciliation and that those necessarily compel us to reparations, and reparations cost. And so if we want to be in right relationship with our Indigenous relatives, that requires that we make reparations. And sometimes that is going to cost us money, and sometimes it's going to cost us privilege, and sometimes it's going to cost us other things. Please do not back off of our commitments to right relationship when it becomes costly. Thank you.
The General Secretary and then Hannah Park.
Moderator, I think part of the challenge or the conversation is that the finances is not the significant issue at the moment. The moment is that we're trying to determine what is the appropriate way to approach this. In November, when the National Indigenous Spiritual Gathering met, at the end of that meeting, the elders agreed that they would find a way forward in terms of both how the Indigenous church needs to be structured and what needs to happen. There is, at least tentatively, there's a date set in September where the elders have agreed to a facilitated conversation to help determine the way, what's next. And so I think we're struggling with, does this body make a decision, or do we say to the elders, what this body heard is the need for this particular approach, and therefore it needs to be part of the mix of that conversation. So that's the tension with the proposal, is to try and say what is the appropriate process. We agree to a process of consultation. The resources are provided. The question is, in what who will kind of manage this in some ways to come to? And so I think some of the elders are in the room and they've been part of that discussion. They may want to speak to this, but that's the challenge we're trying to sort out with the proposal, I think.
Thank you, General Secretary. Eileen Antone, microphone 2.
Yes, I want to say that we gathered, okay, maybe not all of the Aboriginal people were in the room, but the ones that gathered, the elders that gathered, and we heard that we're having problems already with the Elders Council because they're telling us they're not a decision-making group, and they want to be able to support the need for us to be in the United Church of Canada. But what we need now is we need consultation between the peoples, the Indigenous peoples of Canada. And that doesn't, and when you got just the Elders Council there, that's not a consultation, because we need to be able to talk with each other in a forum that's going to enable people to get their voice into the way that, and into the process of decision making. And so if we just only have the elders that are there for advisory, then we're not getting a full perspective of all of the Indigenous peoples in Canada.
Thank you, Eileen. At this point, I will ask former moderator Richard Bott to take the chair so that I might speak freely at some point when he invites me to.
Thank you, moderator. As you move to a space, I'm going to go to, I'm going to go to the next person in the speakers list and then to you. Okay. So I would go to Hannah Park. Hannah is at microphone 4.
제 이름은 박하나이고 from Pacific Mountain Regional Council에서 왔습니다. At this time, in this moment, I would like to just simply highlight the fact that the Indigenous elders and Indigenous youth have spoken, and the Indigenous elders made the proposal in this floor, in this body. I would just like to share very briefly what has been in my mind over the days, and then it'll be very short. During the past 4 days of the General Council 45 gathering, for me, one of the most transformative moments, which I believe the Holy Spirit moved and stayed above our heads, was when the Indigenous elder, Elda, spoke the words, "Whether our truth and reconciliation is as empty as apology." I truly hope, however we discuss and decide this moment, and also what we make decision about is, and our truth and reconciliation is spirit-filled and the full truth and reconciliation, not as empty as apology. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. I would turn to moderator Carmen Lansdowne at the front of the space.
Thank you, former moderator, your acting moderator, Carmen Lansdowne, 44th moderator of the United Church. With gratitude for you taking the chair, because I realized when the conflict happened in our online meeting last year, I spoke my mind a little bit without ceding the chair. One of the questions that was posed to me during the review of the Office of the Moderator and General Secretary was, how do you feel about being moderator when all of this conflict is happening in the Indigenous church? And on the one hand, I feel grateful that I've largely been protected from being involved in it. And on the other hand, I am deeply aware of the fact that there is infighting within the Indigenous church, because it remains my personal opinion that consultation wasn't adequately done during the comprehensive review task group process and the restructuring of the church. And so the governance mechanisms that we have within the Indigenous church were sort of imposed as a placeholder, and that's not the way the Indigenous church works. It has never been the way the Indigenous church works. And what it has done is created lateral violence within the Indigenous church, because people don't know how to do business this way, and because it is not a top-down decision-making process. And Indigenous Church was asked to name people to the National Indigenous Council and the National Indigenous Elders Council, and they did that out of respect for this is the situation they were in, but they were not happy about it, and it has not worked. And the elders, the majority of Indigenous commissioners in this room have at one time or another participated in the National Indigenous Elders Council. There was concern among commissioners, and I understand from the Way Forward Committee, there was concern that this proposal is out of order from Remit 1 because it's up to the National Indigenous Church to establish their own governance. And the structure that exists doesn't allow them to do that. We disbanded the National Indigenous Council, and I support that decision because the amount of lateral violence that was happening was outrageous. People were hurting each other, but that is a really common trauma response and a really common thing that happens when you hold all of this intergenerational trauma of living with 500 years of colonialism and residential schools and 60 scoop, and we're trying to exist within a structure that is not centering Indigenous ways of doing the work. And even though it makes sense on paper to the rest of you, the Indigenous Church has sent commissioners from their communities here, and those commissioners are saying that that process doesn't work. The National Indigenous Elders are saying, through their colleagues and family that are here, we don't want to make these decisions, we want consultations. And so I don't know what happens with the Way Forward Committee, but I think that I would, under the way that things are structured in the manual, normally what would happen is this decision would go to the National Indigenous Council. That council has been disbanded, and after an ad hoc National Indigenous Spiritual Gathering in November in Winnipeg, we felt, and I participated in that, we felt that, or the rest of the Indigenous Church, I didn't speak much, I listened a lot, made the decision not to ask to have the NIC reinstituted, but to work with the elders to have a way forward. And that wisdom is coming here through the elders who are commissioners in this room, asking you for a different way of working. And it may not make sense, and it may not technically be within the letter of the remit, but that's what they're asking for.
Thank you, Carmen. My understanding is that as you've spoken, I need to stay in the chair at this point. So I would turn to Kath Silversides.
Kath Silversides, Lake Commissioner from Pacific Mountain Region. I'm just wondering what our options are in terms of turning down the Way Forward Committee's proposal and bringing COM 07 as originally written to the table.
My understanding is that you can do that. General Secretary, do you want to speak to that?
The way forward proposal is like any proposal in a business conversation. So you can vote no against it and then ask for the original motion to be brought back to the floor.
Thank you. Judy Zarubik.
Microphone 3. Judy Zarubik from Western Ontario Waterways. That is what I would like to see happen as well, that we vote no and bring up the original.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Jane McDonald, and Jane is going to be I believe, the last speaker to this at the moment.
Jane McDonald,
So, moderator, just apologies. So another alternative is to send the proposal back to the Way Forward Committee, keeping in mind this conversation that's happened in room. So you can vote it down, ask for the original to be brought on the floor, or you can send it back to the Way Forward Committee.
Jane.
Jane McDonald, Bermuda, Nova Scotia Commissioner. I'm just wanted to clarify the process around if we vote the Way Forward down, do we then have to have someone come directly to the mic to move, bringing the COM 07 to the floor immediately?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Or as I said, the alternative is to move to refer it back to the Way Forward Committee.
I'm not seeing anyone else on the speakers list. I'm not seeing anyone else on the speakers list, and so I'm going to, oh, sorry. Oh, thank you. Adrienne Cormier? Oh, no, they've just waved that off. There's no one else on the speakers list? Oh, okay, sorry, thank you. I see a point of order from Cynthia Burt. Cynthia, can you tell me which microphone you're at, please? Microphone 3.
Can the two people who moved and second renege it like we did earlier today? And then bring in the original?
Secretary?
We do have a motion on the floor, so we need to dispose of the motion.
David? Sorry, I've got one more speaker, and then I will be going to the question. David Leighton Brown. Microphone 3.
David Leighton Brown, Shining Waters Regional Council. I'm a commissioner. I'd like to move that we refer this matter back to the Way Forward Committee.
It has been duly moved. Is there a seconder for that referral? Sorry, as a motion to refer takes precedent, that's why I'm asking. But I'm not seeing a seconder. Not seeing a seconder. There is a seconder, Ellie Moir. We can now speak to the wisdom to refer to the Way Forward Committee. Not seeing anyone wishing to speak. Oh, sorry, Shane Goldie. Shane is at microphone 1.
The Reverend Shane Goldie, Indigenous Commissioner. If this goes to, I'm not in favor of that. If this goes to the Way Forward Committee, this will not be dealt with today and will be referred to the next time we meet. And as an Indigenous Commissioner, I think this should be struck down so we can go to the original proposal.
Thank you, Shane. Bridget Maya Douglas.
Bridget Maya, Commissioner from Shining Waters. I think my colleague Cynthia was asking for something that maybe she should have done a motion for. I'm sorry,
Bridget, I'm sorry, but we're actually only speaking to the wisdom to refer at this point.
And I'm saying that, okay, I'm saying that that referral, I'm not supporting that referral.
Thank you very much.
I think we should go back to the original. And I'm wondering how we could have done that. I thought that that was what the General Secretary was saying, that we had that option.
So folks, right now, we're going to have to make a decision on whether or not to refer it back to the Way Forward Committee. After we've done that, if it doesn't go to the Way Forward Committee, then we make a decision about what to do with this motion. And it could very well be that it gets turned down, at which point someone can then move something else. However, I have Judy Zarubik. Judy, do you wish to speak to the wisdom of referring this? Thank you. So there is no one else on the speakers list regarding the referral. So we would open the vote for the motion to refer. No. Franklin James, can I ask, so the motion has not yet gone up for vote. Okay, Franklin?
Thank you. I'm speaking from the position of the equity support team. The first thing we heard, which was not moved as a motion, is to do away with this proposal. And in the interest of equity, I think we should bear that in mind. So even though the motion was not moved, the intention by the first speaker, I think it was the Indigenous person, it was to do away with the motion and bring back the original. That was the first intent, but it wasn't moved as a motion.
Thank you, Franklin. So, friends, we're going to vote now on whether or not to refer this back to the Way Forward Committee. Could we please have the voting opened on Chime? You have 1 minute. The voting is now closed, and it is overwhelmingly, the motion fails. So we're back to the proposal from the Way Forward Committee. I'm not seeing any speakers on the speakers list. Oh, sorry. There's a point of order from Shane Goldie. Okay, that point of order was waived off. Sarah Giles would like to speak from microphone 2.
Yes, I'd like to withdraw my second, please.
Thank you, Sarah. Just give me a moment, please. S-
Had too much coffee, not enough water.
So friends, I'm going to let you know process before we continue. The seconder for this motion, way forward motion, has removed themselves. I'm going to ask the mover if they wish to remove, I'm going to ask if there's another seconder, or unless the mover wishes to remove themselves as well. If there is no mover and seconder, we will remove this, and then someone would need to come forward and make a motion for what they would like to have. And that may very well be bringing back COM 07, or it might be something else. So think about that as I ask the question. Is there, I'd ask the mover, Yvonne Wright, do you wish to continue to move the motion that's on the wall? Microphone 4.
Yvonne Wright, Horseshoe Falls Regional Council. I'm a commissioner. I will withdraw my name as the mover at this time.
Thank you, Yvonne. My understanding is that we have withdrawn this motion. If there is someone who wishes to move something else, I would invite them to come to the microphone. And my concern right now is I don't know who's wanting to do what. Can we clear the speakers list, please? Oh, okay. So.
Now my speaker's thing doesn't work.
Just a second, please. I'm just trying to see something here. So, okay. 1 second, folks. So I currently don't have a mover or seconder for anything. I do have Bob Fillier moving on a point of privilege. Bob, microphone 2.
Moderator, merci. Bob Fillier, Pacific Mountain Regional Council. Wow, even I'm tripping up. I am prepared to move that we entertain the original COM 7.
Thank you. It has been moved that we entertain COM 07. And Natasha Perrin has seconded that. This is only about bringing it to the floor, right? Okay. So I'm going to actually ask us to move directly to a vote on whether or not to bring COM 7 up, because I'm confused. So friends, if we could please vote on the motion, which is to bring COM 7 up as the discussion point. Sorry, they're going to need a moment at the back. I'm learning what the monitor speakers are up here for. It's so the people at the back can tell the person who's in this chair, we really need a moment here, please. So Bob's motion and Bob and Natasha's motion is on screen. Could we please vote on that motion? Just 1 second, folks. Is it ready? It's ready. So if we could have the vote to bring it back, please. Yes, I know this is convoluted, and I apologize for that. There are 50 seconds left.
So we have to start back.
Sorry, we'll start it again. Thank you for letting me know. Because I was the person at the back of the room doing that at other times. Can I ask, just tech, can I ask what the, we're now, okay. Wave at me when it comes up, folks. Okay, great. Could you please vote? Friends, the voting is closed and that overwhelmingly passes. So now we're going to turn to COM 07. Sorry, folks, I'm just asking for some guidance up here. Yes, friends, I just love being in the chair at moments like this.
You're welcome.
Memories.
I am going to turn to the General Secretary for guidance on what we need to do at this moment, because we have hit an order of the day, and it's so tight an order of the day because the next thing is the installation of the moderator. So, General Secretary, can you please guide us in this?
Thanks, moderator. This feels like all over again in 22. Friends, as the moderator said, we have hit an order of the day. There are some other items we need to complete. We need to have a meal and to move to Knox United for the installation of the moderator. What we are proposing is that the new executive will be meeting on Wednesday, and that we're proposing a recalled meeting of this council sometime in September to work through the remaining proposal. We recognize that this particular proposal has urgency to it, and so we will announce sometime after the executive meets on Wednesday the date of a recalled meeting to complete the proposal, and that recalled meeting will be an online meeting in order to enable us to complete the work of this council.
There is a point of order. Shane Goldie, microphone 1.
Hello. As there's a motion on the floor that has brought it back, we have to deal with it, do we not?
Shane, an order of the day has been, it takes...
But how does that...
An order of the day takes precedent over everything else, and so we've hit that.
If I were to call the question, would that...
So, yeah. So, friends, you could move for an extension of the order of the day. Folks, please understand that we understand the value and the issues related to this proposal. We have to be respectful to a whole other number of things in terms of completing our time here so we can move to the church. We have complicated the life of folks in the kitchen because we have not kept schedule. Folks have to eat. Some of us have to get ready for things. There's a number of things. What we're committed to is to recall in this meeting to address. And when we recall the meeting, this will be the first item. Alternatively, and I'm looking to the business table for direction, alternatively, we could say send this to the executive for resolution.
You've heard the two options, friends. Do you wish to send it to the executive for resolution?
Yeah. So you want it back at a recalled meeting?
No.
Friends, we have reached an order of the day, and I am sorry about that. I don't see another option at this moment. So my understanding is this motion will come back to a recalled meeting of this body for resolution as soon as is humanly possible. And I believe that's what I'm hearing from the court. This can't wait. This needs to be dealt with. Friends, I need to step out of the chair at this point. So I'm going to return it to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, former moderator. I love you. All right. Sorry, we've so completely gone off script that now I just have to check on what we have to do to close the meeting. I'm sorry, former moderator Gary. We have called order of the day, so I cannot recognize any more points of privilege. I thought you were foregoing courtesies. All right, so if I can ask, I'm getting different advice on the way forward from two different members of the business table. I'm gonna go with our senior governance lead and ask the general secretary to speak.
We're tired and it's the end of the day. Moderator, I would like to move the closing motion for this meeting. And it's seconded by Joshua Bell.
Thank you, General Secretary.
Given that it's not up in chime, I will read, it's there? Yeah, I will read the closing motion. That the authority of the executive of the General Council is set out in the manual. Secondly, that the General Council refers all unfinished business
because they can just, because then they call the recall meeting, so that's fine.
Okay. So that the refer all unfinished business from this triennial meeting, along with all reports of the discussion groups and the Way Forward Committee to the executive of the 45th General Council. Direct the executive to provide budgetary direction to the General Secretary for the implementation of the decisions of General Council 45. That the General Council authorize all necessary remits and that they be categorized as Category 2 remits, except if this General Council has already specifically categorize them as a decision, as a Category 1 or 3 items. That a summary of the actions of the executive and the sub-executive of the General Council be made available to the commissioners of the 45th General Council 2025 between these sessions of the 45th General Council and that of the 46th General Council in 2028. This summary will be included in the documentation for the 46th General Council 2028. That the General Secretary authorize the approval of the record of proceedings of this June 22nd to August 11th, 2025 sessions of the 45th General Council. The record of proceedings will be used to make necessary changes in the manual resulting from the decision of the General Council. Any changes to the manual will be effective on January the 1st, 2026, unless not yet published, in which case changes will be in effect on the date of the publication of the manual. that the record of proceedings of the 45th General Council be published in accessible formats throughout the church, and that the meeting of the 45th General Council be closed at the end of the service of installation on Monday, August 11, 2025. Okay. All right. Friends, is it changed on the thing here?
She's going to change it.
Okay. All right. So can I read this again? Sorry. Refer all unfinished business from this triennial meeting, along with all reports of the discussion groups and the Way Forward Committee, to the Executive of the General Council, with the benefit of the Council's will for a recalled meeting in 2025.
Thank you, General Secretary. So because that closing motion was a work in progress while we were moving to closing motions, I'm going to just accept the friendly amendment, even though I said there's no friendly amendments. Bob Fillier and then Ingrid Brown. Microphone 2, sorry.
Merci, moderatrice. Bob Fillier, still Pacific Mountain Regional Council till they get rid of me. I'm going to encourage us actually to vote no. And no, don't groan at me yet, because I have another more piece to this. We're going to say no. I'm prepared to move COM 7 and that we go to an immediate vote. We spent over 30 minutes hearing from the folks that were most affected by what we were talking about to not do it, and we kept talking about it rather than just not doing it, and then doing what they actually asked the church to do. Can we please listen to the equity team and the elders and the members of the Indigenous church present in our midst and model something different?
Ingrid Brown, Pacific Mountain Regional Commissioner. I was going to say very similar to Bob, and I also just want to add on that what we do now speaks very strongly to how we are living into our commitments as the church, whether we close immediately or we take these extra 5 minutes. This indicates who we are and how we're living out our commitments.
While I seek counsel on process, I'm going to invite anybody who's involved in worship and needs to be at Knox United by 10 to 6 to leave and go and get your dinner so that we can, and that includes the moderator-elect, so that you are fed before you go into a hot church for the evening after a long day. All right, so Marilyn Robitaille, and then seeing no other speakers, I will close the speakers list. So microphone 2.
Close in motion.
I just want to echo the 2 people who just spoke. And also, isn't it like the United Church to put our bellies and food ahead of other things? And I mean that in a semi-hilarious way, but also that we're, up until the 2 people who just spoke, I was feeling very defeated. And I know other people probably were too. So thank you to the 2 who just spoke. But I have felt a lack of reconciliation for 5 days. And this isn't helping.
All right, so we have the option for somebody to make a motion to postpone or defer this proposal so that we can bring COM 07 to the floor.
Close.
Can somebody please?
I make that motion to close.
Deb Anderson Pratt, microphone 3, and seconded by Shane Goldie. So the motion is to postpone the closing motion.
Sorry. I move that this gathering close.
You move to postpone the motion before us.
Yes, not the one that.
No, yeah, I
just
got you.
read.
I got you.
Okay.
Okay. So do we just move right to a vote then? So seeing no other requests to speak to the floor, we will move on the motion to defer the closing motion. Sorry, it should say move to postpone the closing motion. Thank you, Stephanie. So please open the vote. You have 60 seconds to vote. If it's the will of the court to move back to COM 07 before we adjourn, can I have 2 people request to speak? Or, yeah, 2 people. So point of order? Point of order?
Mike, for the same reason.
I have 2 people ready to make the request to speak to move it at the end of this vote. In the interest of time. All right, the vote is closed and there is an overwhelming support for postponing the closing motion. Point of order, Bob Fillier.
Merci, moderatrice. I would move that we extend the order of the day by 5 minutes for the purpose of entertaining COM 7, which I'm also prepared to move, that we would, assuming there was a seconder, also move to go to an immediate vote.
All right, so we have a proposal to extend the order of the day for 5 minutes and to move to an immediate vote on COM 07. Or do they have to be 2 separate proposals?
Technically, it all needs to come apart, but
Okay, so first motion to extend the order of the day for 5 minutes. Can I have a seconder? Jane McDonald. And we'll make a friendly amendment to extend the order of the day for 15 minutes since we're already 5 past.
Perfect.
Great. All right, seconded by Jane McDonald. Does anybody wish to speak? No, we don't have to do that. Okay, so we're going to vote on that. You have 60 seconds.
It goes up.
Can we clear the mover and seconder list, please? So I can easily get a seconder for Bob's next motion. So is the vote up? Can we please have the vote on to extend the order of the day? Okay. It will be up as soon as the tech team can get it up. All right, please open the vote. All right, the vote is closed and the motion is carried with overwhelming support. Bob Fillier, microphone to you.
Thank you once again, Moderatrice. I would move that we approve COM 7 in its original format.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor from Bob Fillier to approve COM 7 in its original format. So it's moved by Bob Fillier, seconded by Norman Robert Bois.
And moderator, I would call for an immediate vote on COM 7.
And there's a call for an immediate vote on COM 7, which requires a 2/3 majority vote. So we will move to a vote on whether or not we will have an immediate vote. As soon as the tech team is ready, once I see the timer come up on the screen.
Over and over and over. Sorry.
Sorry.
I've been here asking to speak, and I've gone on time several times, and I didn't know my mic was on because it's been off this whole time. So I apologize, moderator.
It's okay. Thank you. Are we ready to open the vote to move to an immediate vote? I'm asking the tech team, not the court. I'm pretty sure I'm clear on the will of the court at this point. Friends, they are almost there. We appreciate your patience. All right, we are ready to vote. So we are voting on the motion to move to an immediate vote. You have 60 seconds, well, 47 seconds. All right, friends, the vote is closed. We needed 144 votes in favor, and we had 211, so we will move to an immediate vote on COM 07. We're not going to clap because we don't have time. So, COM 07 is moved by Bob Fillier, yeah? And no, because he already moved to do it, and then he moved to immediate vote.
No. I'm just saying that we're looking for they were looking for the text, but it's the original one, yeah. Go ahead.
Does anybody remember who the seconder is? Or I'll read
Jane.
the.
It was Jane, I think.
Right, it was Jane. Oh, it was Norman. Okay. All right, COM 07, moved by Bob Fillier, seconded by Norman Robert Bois. You may now vote on this proposal. You have 60 seconds. As soon as the tech team is ready, and you're going to need a second because we are moving much faster. All right, friends, the vote is closed and that proposal has passed with overwhelming support. No, we're not gonna clap. It's a bad habit you church have. We are gonna return to the closing motion, which has already been presented to you. It is moved by the General Secretary, seconded by Joshua Bell. And as soon as the tech team is ready, we will move to vote on the closing motion. Okay, the vote is open. You have 60 seconds to vote. All right, friends, the motion is carried. We are significantly over time. We're having to forego courtesies, which means having to forego thanking senior staff for the tremendous amount of work that they do in preparation for this. And thank you. And I'm going to ask you to stop, though, because I need to vacate this chair. We will have time to do courtesies with senior staff and all of the other folks that needed to be thanked at the end of this meeting when we have our meeting in October. And I'm also going to ask, as as whoever comes to say grace, who I've lost track of who that is, that you let the General Secretary and I leave because we need to be in church in 19 minutes and we also need to eat. All right, so you can say hello to us after church, but I'm just going to ask for that courtesy that you let us alone until we can get there. What? What? No. Were you saying I can't go until I say that we're adjourned and I need somebody to say grace?
Moderator, I need to ask you something.
Okay. My predecessor feels very strongly about thanking me in person, and I really don't want to be. And no, we're not going to do it now. We're going to do it at the church. I'm serious. It's not like you guys think it's funny. Like, this was terrible. There was a process to get all of this feedback to the Way Forward Committee. And there were people saying that they couldn't access documents that have been available for months. I said to you this morning, we have an immense amount of work to do in front of you. This is your agenda. And it doesn't feel awesome. I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't speaking to the court. I should give the microphone to Richard, but like, let's just, thank you, Deb.
No tawenan ketrimane tu way oh way oh way oh way way oh way oh way oh way way oh hey oh hey oh hey way oh hey oh hey oh hey way oh hey oh hey way oh hey oh hey oh hey espeme kote away kana we me now te no tawe nan ketrimane tu way oh way oh way oh way way oh way oh way oh way way oh hey oh hey oh hey way oh hey oh hey oh hey way oh hey oh hey way oh hey oh hey oh hey oh that's for you, Sister Carmen. Carry you through.
Walska Deb. Can I invite Sam Miller to please say grace?
Sego Sewaguego, Samantha Yungets, Ne Johasa. First and foremost, I want to offer my gratitude towards each and every one of you. Thank you for the willingness to strive for change, even though change brings discomfort. Thank you to the youth who dare to step out and lead the way to a life reimagined. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, creator of the universe, we thank you for working courageously, continuously, and diligently within each of the lives here present. We thank you for the loving protection that kept us all safe during this time. We thank you for guiding the space that is held in allowing us to share, learn, and grow. We thank you for providing the people in this room with courage and dedication to learn how to walk together in your name. Creator, give us forgiveness for when we have fallen short and missing the mark in our daily lives, both here and at home. Lord, forgive us for when we either unintentionally or intentionally quiet the voice of our youth. Lord, forgive us for the times we spoke before we sought out understanding. Creator, continue to remind us that we cannot work alone without you. Creator, continue to remind us that there is no amount of good work we can do to be welcomed by you when we take our journey home. Creator, I ask that you please give us strength to leave our desires aside so that we allow you to flourish in our hearts. May we leave here in the overflowing of your love and allow you to remind us that the work we have done here is just the beginning. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Samantha. And friends, we will see you at Knox United for the installation of our next moderator at 7, but service starts at 7 p.m.
May I